Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Welcome back. We missed you last time, Cedric. We're holding this meeting just for you. We had gone way too long for having you with us. Just want to welcome Mark back to the board. As I wrote to you, Mark, this week, this is not a normal time. I think I've started that statement with nearly all my meetings these past few weeks. It's not a normal time, and I just really thank all of you for helping us manage this and your willingness to have these extra meetings as we, try to address COVID, the special session, the adoption of the budget, and we have a reforecast coming up in December. So there is much going on. With that, Allison, I'm going to turn this over to you.
In light of the continuing state of emergency declared by Governor Northam, where it is impractical or unsafe to assemble a quorum in a single location, I move that we adopt this agenda to take action to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue the operation of the Commonwealth Transportation Board.
Second.
You're on mute, Shannon.
Further discussion? Okay, Carol, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperwitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson, Mr. Yates,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker.
Yay.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Start off this morning with Chris Hall from the Hampton Roads District. Welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Next month, we'll be asking the board to take action on 2 standard project agreements relating to the continued advancement of the Hampton Roads Express Lane network. Next slide. If you recall, at the last board meeting, the board did take action on the 3 of the standard project agreements, one for segment 1, 4A and B, and segments C, to authorize the start of the phase 1 PE on those segments. These additional standard project agreements have to do with the installation of infrastructure to support tolling operations on the interstate from 64 Settlers Landing to the Hampton Roads Interstate 564 interchange. That's basically the HRBT expansion project. So this is the infrastructure required to toll that portion of the segment. And then the second project agreement is to provide for the tolling system integrator for the overall HREL network. Next slide, please. Again, we'll be bringing these back for the board's action at the next meeting. And unless there's any questions, that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Britch, anything you'd like to add?
No, ma'am. As Chris has indicated, the last to be able to support the Hampton Roads Express Lane network, this is going to be the integral part for tying in or hiring an integrator to take us from Jefferson through the 45-mile network, be able to support a contiguous network. So I'm happy to finally get this up and underway and look forward to January, where we would have this as part of the action agenda.
So thank you. And Chris Hall, as I said to you last week, this was an excellent presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
With that, we have an illustrious group: Ken King, Rob Griffith, Bart Thrasher, joining us this morning on Route 58. Gentlemen.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. This is Ken King, Salem District Engineer, and members of the board. Here to brief you on the Lover's Leap project that we last talked with this board about in March of 2018. You may recall that this project is being funded by the 58 Corridor Development Fund. It is covered under the 2003 PPTA agreement the department has with Branch Civil Incorporated. And the Lover's Leap project was prioritized by the General Assembly as the next priority segment. It covers about a little over 7 miles, 7.4 miles, and improves this section over Lover's Leap Mountain. Next slide. I apologize. There is the brief of the information I just spoke to in terms of the 58 Corridor Development Fund, the PPTA agreement, and then this 7.4 mile segment. So next slide, please. The graphic here shows to your left the reference to Vesta being off to the west. That's the western point of the project. That's actually at the top of the grade, at the top of the mountain. And the very first outcrop there, if you've ever been to the Lover's Leap Outlook, that or it's really a spot at the top of the mountain is located there. And then as you move east down towards Stewart, that's when you're going down this downhill grade. The more important of the separations in the alignment occurs in that first big curve, and you'll see the red line that comes across on another mountainside. The reason for that is we have, of course, fixed elevation at the top of the mountain, and we have a fixed elevation at the bottom of the mountain. And we're trying to, one of the big parts of the project is the safety improvement in improving the downhill grade, making it a more gentle gradient. And the way to achieve that is to, of course, traverse a longer distance in a more subtle downward grade. Next slide, please. To give a sense of scale, I think I presented this at the last time we briefed you on this project. Many folks are familiar with Afton Mountain, and this shows Afton Mountain in the westbound direction. So going from the rest area up toward the Blue Ridge Parkway, we have an approximate 4% grade. Today, the prevailing grade on Lover's Leap is 9%, and that's what brings about this significant safety hazard in particular for trucks coming in that downhill gradient. At the completion of these improvements, we'll have a prevailing grade in the down gradient direction, which is eastbound, of 6.5%. Next slide. So since we last briefed the board, one of the major activities was to refresh the preliminary engineering and design work that had been done that was quite dated from the 1990s. That also included conversion of the plans that had been prepared at that time in metric to English units. But the most significant work that took place and was deliberately done before moving forward in any significant way was to do a lot of environmental review to ensure that we had the ability to obtain the environmental permits to proceed with the project before expending significant funds, because this is, a significant project that does include some greenfield alignment segments. And so we were very careful to make sure that we had lined up and had indication that it was a permittable project before proceeding. Next slide, please. You may recall last year, this board approved the progressive design build as a process or another tool in our toolbox for contracting methods to advance key projects. The progressive design build approach was identified for this project as a good, innovative way to advance the work. You may recall it's very similar to a design build that it does include the same three key players of an owner, designer, and contractor, but it increases flexibility. It's a little bit higher level of engagement. The progressive design to finalize the construction quantities and cost, it's a progressive process to achieve that finalized construction quantities and costs. And perhaps more importantly, it gives us the ability through a process of discovery to identify risks and then assign those risks in an appropriate way to finally arrive at a fair and reasonable price for the project. So we went through this process. Another key element was that we co-located the design team, the staff, and I'll introduce those members here in just a minute. That by co-locating everyone in Roanoke, that really increased collaboration and expedited decision making. So the key members of that team included, of course, the branch civil team, which was the designer and all the players that they brought to the table. And then both the Salem District project delivery team, as well as members from our central office, environmental, construction, and alternative project delivery divisions. With that, I want to introduce Rob Griffith, who is the Salem construction engineer, and he was also the project manager that led this overall effort. So, Rob?
Thank you, Ken, and good morning, all. I'm Rob Griffith. I want to speak to you briefly about the progressive design build process that we followed for this project. When we started this progressive design build process,
Rob,
yes,
Steve Rich, can you make sure you're closer to the phone or the computer? Having an extremely hard time hearing you.
okay. When we started this progressive design build process, we really focused in on 3 areas: updating the design, completing the draft environmental permit application, and estimating the project cost. Design refinements for this project, as you may be aware, this is a very large earthwork project, and during the scoping, it was identified to be in the 11 to 12 million cubic yard range, just to give you an idea of the volume. So the design refinements that we focused on were focused around reducing the excavation quantities. We also worked on the draft environmental permit work, and as Ken mentioned, it was a joint effort between Branch Civil, VDOT Central Office Environmental Division, and VDOT Salem District Environmental. That was key. The co-location was key for this effort, as we were able to meet with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and other environmental agencies during this coordination. We also, during the estimating process, worked with Central Office Alternate Project Delivery Group to procure the services of Michael Baker International to serve as an independent cost estimator for the project. They performed a contractor-style estimate using materials, equipment, and labor costs to generate their estimate. We conducted periodic estimate meetings to reconcile quantities for the work to ensure that each party was progressing in a similar fashion with their estimates. Once all quantities were agreed upon and pricing was conducted, we entered into a detailed open book review of the cost estimates, which disclosed the cost of the work as well as the additives or the markups that were being applied to those work activities. At this point, we discovered a few key areas where the pricing had large differences, totaling nearly $100 million. Next slide, please. The major differences were in the design fee, the pricing of the excavation, and the time needed to complete the excavation and ultimately complete the project. We identified a difference in the approach to the excavation work for this project between one estimator and the other. And at this point, we chose another innovative approach to resolving these matters by working with the independent cost estimator and Branch Civil to solicit independent engineering and construction firms to evaluate the work, submit proposals. And at that point, we had meetings with the contractor and the independent cost estimating firm to evaluate the 3 design proposals and the 6 excavation proposals, which included firms from outside of Virginia that specialize in mass excavation work. Based on these meetings with these firms, the contractor, Branch Civil, as well as the independent cost estimator, took the information back, reevaluated their cost estimates, and submitted new proposals. VDOT and BCI then began negotiations on the final cost and the design for the design and construction of the Lover's Leap project. We conducted yet another thorough line item open book pricing review of all costs and markups that were validated by the independent cost estimator. There were several meetings conducted between June and September of 2020 between VDOT executives and branch civil executives to review this information and negotiate a final price. Next slide, please. As a result of this work, the team was able to close the gap in the pricing and come to terms and conditions on a fair and reasonable price for the project of $300 million design build contract. This contract was executed on November 6th. VDOT has issued notice to proceed on November 30th of 2020, and we're projecting a project completion in late spring of 2026. And with that, I will turn it over to the chief engineer for some closing comments.
Thank you, Rob. Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The progressive design building process, as both Ken and as we just earlier talked about, it's been something we haven't worked on in the past. With Rob and Kim both talking about this, it's something new. And as they talked, that the board approved this back in 2019. It is used across the United States. It's just not as used readily as the design build. Some of the positives of the progressive design build are it's much more closer collaboration with the design builder and the owner on key scope and risk issues. You do have the transparency of cost development using an open book pricing system. And as a result of this, it reduces project risk not only for the design builder, but also for the owner. Route 58 allowed VDOT a much better understanding of the progressive design build process and the advantages it has for the owner as well as the design builder. It provides maximum flexibility to collaborate with the design builder in high-risk areas such as permitting, design, and overall project control. On Route 58, it was extremely important for VDOT to be able to ensure that we had a permittable project, and the PDB process allowed us to work with the design builder and our regulatory agencies to be able to reach this goal. As Rob and Kim both alluded to, the co-location of both VDOT and the design builder allowed for a much closer relationship between all parties. Not only was this allowed us closer communication, it also allowed us a much higher level of trust because you're working with individuals on a day in, day out basis. You're eating lunch with people, you're talking about other things other than work, and you're establishing a relationship. The co-location also enabled, which is probably one of the bigger positives, is quick decision making and collaboration by walking through the design refinements and cost estimating. You didn't have to get on the phone, you didn't have to do a virtual meeting like we're doing today. You can simply walk across the hallway and talk to your team members and be able to make decisions much quicker. Next slide, please. Again, the progressive design process provides a great deal of flexibility for both the owner and the design builder. We happen to emphasize communication early and often. It's a reduction in risk for both parties as compared to a typical design build process. One of the items that we like to stress is it's a very positive item is the open book pricing, and that allows for both parties to remove certain risks associated with pricing by sharing the bidding information with the entire team. And that's not done through a normal design build or a design bid build. The team was able to look at the issues from varying different perspectives, and it allowed us to better understand each other's concerns. So again, the close proximity, the quick decision making, and the ability to look at an issue not just from your point of view, but from your teammates' point of view. This helped to facilitate price discussions and receiving a fair price for the work moving forward. Utilizing an alternative means and methods to arrive at a cost, this is an area that we can't emphasize enough. The solicitation of subcontract proposals was very important to this process. It allowed expertise from multiple firms, and as Rob alluded to earlier, one of these firms was out in the state of Virginia, and this helped us to identify excavation means and methods and efficiencies that would not normally have been done under a design build process. The progressive design build process allowed both parties to really focus in on the three main areas of the project, which had the highest risk, which were the earthwork, the schedule, and the design fee. In the end, both parties were able to close over approximately $100 million gap in the estimated project to achieve, again, a fair and reasonable price for the project. And as far as lessons learned moving forward, We are currently using a very similar process on our 460 connector project in Bristol, and we will continue to utilize these lessons on 58 for future progressive design build projects that come up as we go down the road. So with that, we will be happy to entertain any questions, or I can turn it over to the Commissioner if you'd like to have any words on this.
Madam Secretary, Steve Britch, I would like to follow up on a couple comments before we open it up to questions. Assuming that's okay, I think this is a very good news story for the department as well as the Salem district. We went through this project since March of 2018 in a very methodical manner. As you and I sat, Madam Secretary, at the very beginning of our positions, we wanted to make sure that the project was a permittable project. And so we undertook a lot of the environmental work with the environmental regulatory agencies to be able to make sure that we had a project that could progress with the scope that was being provided. I also think that the progressive design build approach, the method that was endorsed by the board a number of years ago, also gave us the opportunity to look at innovative ways to better understand how to be able to develop the project as a whole, but also gave us the opportunity to better understand how a contractor approaches a project, as well as for the contractor to better understand the thought process that VDOT goes through in the development of the project, as well as developing the cost estimates. As both Mr. Griffith has said and the chief engineer have said, progressive design build through this process allowed us to go out and solicit independent bids or estimates from a number of different contractors that identified varying means and methods. And that gave us collectively, branch civil as well as the department, the opportunity to really hone in and identify the differences that existed within the cost estimates and better understand some items such as, what if we did this a little bit differently? Can we move this, make it a difference, and really hone in on how to construct this project and still arrive at a fair and reasonable cost estimate back to the agency. As the chief engineer said, we are taking that same approach and applying it to other larger projects, one of which is Route 460, as the chief engineer did say. I'm happy to say that, while the progressive design build approach was used in this case, we used a lot of those tools that are in the toolbox. Did we go all the way down the progressive design build process to arrive at the end solution? The answer is no, but I'm happy to say there's a lot of lessons learned out of this example that are going to be applicable to other jobs, including when we go to starting a progressive design build on another project that could be the Route 1 Great Depression in Northern Virginia to be able to support Amazon. And these lessons learned here are going to make the implementation of progressive design build a lot easier on other projects. So I look at this over the last 2 years as being a very good news story, one of which is we have a solid project design. We know it's a permittable project to be able to move it forward into the construction phase. We have a very sound contractor and we've worked very well together. So I look to this being supportive as we develop and implement the project, and certainly have this section of 58 completed in the near future, as well as those lessons learned that are applicable to other areas of the state. So with that being said, those are my comments back, Madam Secretary, and we're happy to take any comments that the board may have.
Commissioner, I only apologize. I did not unmute quickly enough. I have a delay on my space bar, and for those of you on the board, your space bar can mute and unmute you. And sometimes, if you're doing work on your computer, I just point out to you that you can unmute yourself and not be aware of it at all. So just take a moment and make sure you are muted if you're not presenting today. So I apologize, Commissioner. I was going to call on you immediately. I don't know. I'm sure you do remember, but I think our very first briefing was on Route 58 with Ken King, district engineer of the Salmon District, coming over to Richmond, laying out all the maps. We had the team over in Bristol on the phone. So anyway, it's been quite a journey. So thank you. First, I thank Ken and Rob and Bart for the presentation and all of your work. And really, Commissioner, for your leadership on this. So really well done. Mr. Cass, is there anything you'd like to add to this?
Madam Secretary? Secretary?
Yes.
Yes, Scott Casper was with a comment.
Can you, I called on you. Could you not hear me?
I know I'm having some technical problems as well. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to make a comment.
Yes, yes.
I think this is.
I knew you would.
Yes,
I was
of course.
predicting this. Yes.
Well, I'd like to commend the team. I think this is great work. You know, this is a project that had obvious technical challenges as well as obvious competitive challenges. And the open book side-by-side collaboration that's been described this morning, I think is just exactly the way to handle these issues. It leads to no surprises, and I think a competitive price as well. So just, you know, commend the team for a job well done. I think the great benefit, as has been stated, is we'll use this model on other complex projects and I think benefit down the road. Job well done.
And I will just add, Mr. Kasowitz, really thank you for your leadership on this issue as well. You certainly have been a driver on our planning and budgeting, estimating, and this whole, all the procedures. And so anyway, we really appreciate that.
It's a great, Madam Secretary.
Yes, yes. Anybody else from the board?
Madam Secretary, I had two questions. This is Mark Merrill.
Merrill, of course.
Yeah, sorry, and this may be a naive question, but the engineer mentioned that the grade is going to be going from 9% to 6.5%. I was just curious, is that a standard? Because he compared that to the I-64, which was at 4%. So my question was, is that consistent with VDOT standards? Is this maximum? And my second question relates to what's going to happen to the road that's being vacated. Does the project cost include excavating and reclaiming that land?
So Mr. Thrasher, do you want to take part one?
I'd be happy to take that, Madam Secretary. Yes, Mr. Merrill, we do have standards that are produced by ASHTO on grades, and I'm going to go out on a limb here. I believe the 6.5% meets our standard, or we have to get a design exception for that standard. In regards to the roadway itself, well, the areas that will not be utilized in the future, yes, we will be excavating those out of there, and they'll be gone. So you'll only have the new road that's there. I believe I'm correct on that, but I'll ask Rob or Ken to correct me if I'm not.
So I'll ask Rob or Ken to jump in at the back end, but currently the facility is a 2-lane roadway that is looking to become a 4-lane cross section, 2 lanes up and 2 lanes in the southbound direction or in the eastbound direction. And so the difference in this is that we're going to reduce the grade in the southbound direction to accommodate better trucks and allow for a safer descent of off the mountain.
Yes, Commissioner, this is Ken King, Salem District Engineer. And yes, that's exactly right. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear earlier, but this is a widening of the existing 2-lane to be 4-lane, and it'll follow that same alignment for the majority of the project. But the 2 areas that you saw where there were some change in alignment coming down the mountain, it's the eastbound direction that breaks off and goes on another mountain range. And the 6.5 was the amount that we could achieve in terms of the gradient, and is sufficient for us to be able to lift the truck restriction that currently is there. And that's significant in that 58 obviously is 4-lane from this point all the way to Virginia Beach by the Port of Virginia. And that certainly noted making this a truck-worthy route to Interstate 77 along the southern portion of the state is certainly something that will be beneficial. In terms of the removal of some of those other segments, there is it's like a vista outcrop, if you will, where the Lover's Leap is. We will maintain a access to that vista point and back, but unused portions of that section will be removed. And hopefully that addressed the questions that were made.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Secretary,
I'd just
Chief
like
Engineer,
to-
one more.
I'd like to just echo Scott's comments that here's a validation of the expanded collaboration and bringing all the stakeholders together. At the end, we get a better project, less cost, and this recognizing this collaboration is going to help us facilitate future complex projects such as this, and give us a good project at a very competitive price. So I'm excited to see us moving in this direction. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Malbin.
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Smoot, good morning.
good morning to you. I also want to first thank Scott and John for their attention to this whole area and the opportunities to make improvements as we have seen recognized here today. I appreciate very much the work of the folks within VDOT. Ken King has kept me advised from time to time about how this is moving along. And an important aspect of this project, which Ken made passing reference to, is that it does provide truck access from the west to the Port of Virginia. And I-77 has all kinds of challenges, which we're very familiar with on Fancy Gap Mountain, which resulted in being closed or delayed because of fog and other weather conditions. This opportunity now gives an alternative to move truck traffic to and from the port, and I think is a great enhancement in that regard. So thanks to all who made it possible.
Thank you. And I really do appreciate raising the issue of how important this connection is with the port. We are on the verge of completing about, $800 million worth of improvements at the port. We are dredging to 55 feet. We're going to be the deepest port on the East Coast. The economic opportunities that it brings to the Commonwealth are significant, and establishing, maintaining, and improving those connections to all regions of Virginia is critical. So thank you for that. Anyone else?
Madam Secretary, Chief Engineer, I'd just like to add one comment. Mr. Smoot and Mr. Malvin stole my thunder, but I just want to say one last thing. The team of Branch and Jason and Manny and Patrick and their folks were really good to work with. But I really want to give some accolades to our internal team, because they've worked on this long nights, weekends, holidays, and that's Rob Griffith, who was leading that through the district, Shailendra Patel, and Dave Covington and their folks. They just did a bang-up job, and that just shows what we can do when when there's no district, there's no central office, there's just one VDOT.
Excellent, Mr. Thrasher. Thank you so much. With that, next in queue is one of Mr. Brown's presentations for the day with the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. But before we start in, Mr. Mann, I just want Carol to give us an update. I know that there have been technical issues across the Commonwealth. In fact, I had one this morning as well. Just any updates, Carol, or just the recognition that some of us may be experiencing some technical challenges?
That's correct. I don't have any updates to share. I know that the outages are occurring throughout state agencies, and the team is working to get updates as fast as they can.
Thank you for that. Keep us updated. And anyway, just wanted to acknowledge to everyone that we may have some unusual problems. Please don't worry about it. We will work with you. And all you need to do is let Carol know, or let us know during the meeting. So
Madam
with that, oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Secretary, I'll just give you a quick update as well.
Thank you.
Back and forth with Nelson Moe, the head of VITA. He's certainly been well aware of it. He has his team working on it expeditiously and is working with our team as well to be able to make sure that we don't have outages. Once we get an update, I'll be able to bring that back to the board and let you know. But we are on it. We are working collaboratively with VITA right now.
Oh, thank you very much. It's just a part of our lives. And with that, Shane, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I guess with that being said, just verify that you can hear me.
Good, Shane.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm here this morning to talk to you all about the memorandum of agreement with the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. Next slide, please. A brief background on why I'm here. The Central Virginia Transportation Fund and the Central Virginia Transportation Authority were established by House Bill 1541, Chapter 1235 of the 2020 session of the Virginia General Assembly. And I apologize, I've got a train going by behind me, but that's transportation at work in Virginia. It's good. Chapter 1235 provides for the imposition of certain state taxes in localities in Planning District 15 and requires that those revenues be deposited into the Transportation Fund and be used solely for transportation purposes, benefiting the Planning District 15 localities. A memorandum of agreement is needed so that VDOT can transfer those funds generated by the Chapter 1235 to the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. Next slide, please. The memorandum of agreement provides a conduit and processes for the transfer of those funds from VDOT to the authority. And it addresses various roles and responsibilities of VDOT and the authority with regard to the fund and related activities. The MOA that we're proposing was modeled after the Hampton Roads MOA, and it establishes a standard project agreement template for VDOT administration of CVTA projects if CVTA requests VDOT to administer projects. In the event that they do request VDOT to administer any projects, the standard project agreements will be brought back to the CTB for consideration and approval. The MOA was developed collaboratively with the CVTA and its member localities and was unanimously approved by the authority on December 4th of this year. The MOA has been reviewed by the Office of the Attorney General, and they deemed it acceptable. So next slide, please. You all have received a copy of the MOA that was approved by the CVTA last week, and VDOT will be requesting CTB authorization for the commissioner to enter into that MOA with the CVTA. This item will also be on today's action agenda to facilitate the prompt execution of the MOA and the transfer of funds from VDOT to the authority. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Secretary. So I know it is somewhat atypical to have an item on both the workshop agenda and the action agenda on the same day. Trust, we've worked very closely with the commissioner and staff. The CVTA, as you all are aware, was enacted this legislative session, and then of course COVID hit, and it had challenged or slightly delayed our abilities to stand up the authority. We started working on putting the authority together really in the summer, August and September at haste, but because of our some of the limitations regarding scheduling meetings and getting folks together, we were not able to get the formal approval of the MOA by the new authority prior to our meeting last month, and so it required us to bring it to this agenda. I will say one of the other challenges and opportunities is that the Central Virginia region has had some great successes in collaboration and bringing folks together, but this is something very, very different and new. And it required some cajoling and some education with some of our member jurisdictions to help them get comfortable with the model that we're pursuing. I see the Madam Secretary is smiling at me, so I think she is appreciating what I'm saying. So I think, although it's unusual, I think the Commissioner would say that we got very comfortable with the agreement. It's modeled after Hampton roads. We don't think it's an extraordinary act or action to be taken, and so we'd ask that you consider this in the action meeting.
Thank you. And really, Mr. Brown, thank you for your assistance and leadership on this as well, and for representing the Commonwealth Transportation Board. So thank you for that. Any comments or questions from the board?
Madam Secretary, it's Mary.
Ms. Hines, good morning. May I say what a great job you did last night?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming, Madam Secretary. It was
well,
it was a good meeting.
In quotes, I will say. But yes, there was the joint Northern Virginia meeting with MVTC, MVTA, VRE, and the CTB last night. And Mary was the moderator. So really, really well done.
Well, thank you. An incredible team of public information officers from all those agencies made the, I told him it was smooth like silk. It was amazing. So, I have one question about this, and it was prompted by the slide number 3, where it talks about if CVTA asks VDOT to administer a project, the SPA for the project will be presented to the CTB for consideration and approval. That's a little bit different from how I experience it here at NVTA. We basically submit things into the 6-year plan that VDOT's going to run. Is it that same process, or are we going to be looking SPA by SPA?
Madam Secretary.
Commissioner.
This has been modeled after the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission. And so what we saw with Chris Hall's presentation first thing out of the gate this morning was that we are bringing the project specific agreements back to the board for authorization. So we would envision this being very similar. We're not following the NDTA model, we're following the HR TAC model, and now creating consistency, at least in those 2 regions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary, this is Allison. That's one difference between the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority that Mary just highlighted. Are there other major differences between with the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority than the Central Virginia Transportation Authority and the Hampton Roads?
Allison, I knew of this one change. Commissioner, is that something you can answer this morning?
Madam Secretary, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. There are some subtle nuances between the 2 entities or the 2 authorities that I'd need to bring back to you and have a list of differences.
Yeah, this is Carlos. I think the biggest distinction is that we modeled the CVTA more closely to the Hampton Roads model than Northern Virginia. And with regard to the allocation of the funds, unlike the other authorities, the legislation permits, 45% of the funds to flow to local initiatives, whereas the regional portion is, I believe, 35%, and then the other portion is for local transit. And the governance of that model, again, more closely mimics the Hampton Roads model. But again, there's nothing of nothing material. They're just, I think, what I would say, some regional cultural differences in how the entity was put together. But with regard to, there will be a project prioritization process. There will be a scoring process. that will then come to the CVTA. And then, of course, the CVTA will have the ability to allocate some of their regional dollars, jurisdiction by jurisdiction, to support projects that are submitted to SMARTSCALE or to agree to submit projects generally into the SMARTSCALE process, subsidized or incented by local dollars. But again, it's just some what I would call regional cultural differences, but not much in the mechanics. Commissioner, would you agree?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Brown, yes, I would agree.
Thank you.
Yes, and I do as well. But I do think that, Ms. Tatunk, you just posed a really good question. We try to align and follow and adhere to the structure that's in place. But now that we have 3, it might be really helpful for us to understand what the very subtle differences are. And Mr. Brown, you did a really good job with that.
Madam Secretary.
So,
Madam Secretary, this is Shep.
hello, Mr. Miller. How are you?
Good morning again. I'm doing great, thank you.
Morning again.
So, given the questions that have arisen, help me understand what will happen negatively if we do not vote on this in afternoon's meeting, but did it after the questions were asked in January. What's the issue? What's the harm in terms of expediency or anything else?
Commissioner?
Madam Secretary, the harm would be that what this has done is this MOA is setting forth the process to be able to provide the 50% the monies to CVTA. And so another month in delay would have these monies sitting in our coffers and not necessarily being distributed to the individual jurisdictions within CVTA.
Yes, Madam Secretary, and I would say, the concern is, and notwithstanding, you'd say, well, what's 30 days? The reality is that because of COVID, the COVID crisis, some of these processes were delayed. So jurisdictions who are already suffering with some revenue shortfalls are also now seeing these dollars kind of be collected at the state level and not be distributed. So there was a significant degree of urgency to put processes in place so those dollars could flow to the localities to address their local needs that were, quite frankly, included in their budget. So I know it seems like what's 30 days, but it is 30 days, and it's a delay in their planning, which has already been, I guess, modified by the fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic.
Madam Secretary?
Yes, yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, to add to Mr. Brown's point, that those subtle differences that had been, Mr. Brown had enumerated, those are differences that are in statute and cannot be changed without legislation to be able to make those changes to it. So I just want to reference that.
Yeah. And that really was my point too, Commissioner, that we adhere to the guidelines, we adhere to the structure that's in place, but understanding them and just making them very transparent, I think would be helpful. Mr. Miller, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, and I want to support Carlos in this effort and CVTA, but it just troubles me that we find ourselves once again in a situation where we need to rush to get something completed. It's the comparisons have not been provided. We saw this agreement for the first time on Monday evening, at least I did, at about 6 o'clock, and along with 200 pages of other stuff. And I understand it's taken a longer time to get going, but we've got a responsibility to understand what we're voting on. And I sort of understand it, but some of the questions we've asked have not been able to be answered. And if we vote today, and if the body wants to vote today, I'll vote today. But if we vote today, we're voting without understanding the answers to the questions that have been asked. So I don't, are you telling me that monies will actually be flowing to some project that's actually going to be working in the next 30 days? Is that what's being suggested?
No, I could not say that monies will flow to a particular project. Again, one of the major distinctions in the way that the CVTA is structured, and this is, again, that is statutory, is that a large portion of these funds are able to be allocated to local projects that are locally prioritized. And so, for example, they could very well be putting dollars towards local transportation projects, roadways, paving, what have you, in real time, because that portion of those dollars do not have to flow through a prioritization at the regional or the state level. I think I will share with you that the commissioner and I, we started working on this probably back in August. It took us a while to get some of the local jurisdictions to appreciate and understand the complexity of how, I'll say it this way, that VDOT does things, because again, they're typically not in this type of space. And so the agreement that you have before you is substantially identical in form and substance to the HR TAC agreement, which is why we felt comfortable asking for this additional accommodation from the board. I completely concur with you that if there was, and I don't know if we have counsel from the AG's office here that can kind of independently affirm that, but if there were material or substantive differences, I would not have been comfortable making this request. But because it's essentially an agreement that we've already approved, we've already vetted, we've seen before in substance, and part of our work over the course of the last couple of months, the commissioner and myself, has been to help educate the region that this was the appropriate form to use, as opposed to trying to customize it in a fashion that would have created more concern. So, but I understand your concern, Mr. Miller, and I believe that we ought to have time to evaluate things. And but for this being essentially substantially a duplicate document of something that we'd already vetted and approved in HR TAC, I would not have been comfortable making this request.
I hear you.
Carlos, this is
I will
Marty.
say that I will just add to the discussion that, everyone in DRPT and in VDOT works very hard to prepare documents and get them to us the month prior, which is why we have a workshop and an action meeting. Every district has been put in a position where a vote is required at the same time. We try to avoid it as much as possible. I just want to remind everyone that the special session ended, I think, November 9th, early in November. The budget wasn't signed to November 18th, which is why we had to have that special November meeting and why we are back again 2 weeks later trying to move as much through. COVID really did affect the flow of projects getting completed. And I do believe that the work that, has been done within the Central Virginia Transportation Authority with VDOT, bringing together all the regional entities, has been a really strong effort over these months, and important, very important work. And what we have learned in managing the revenue reductions, which all of you on this board know that we're facing $870 million of reductions through FY22. We will get an update, a reforecast in December, so that may go up, it may go down, but that's what we're working with today. And one of the lessons is how important it is in order to maintain the pipeline and maintain our workforce, and to help stabilize the economy, is to move the dollars that we have and to put the dollars to work as efficiently and effectively as we possibly can. There's an underlying premise to this that I think is very, very important. And I really thank, all of the authorities in Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads, Central Virginia, MVTC, and all the agencies for really putting their heads down to do this. I have tried to help prepare the board that this is not a normal cycle. This is not normal. And I really appreciate how much time and effort and diligence everyone is putting in to helping us mitigate and manage the time in which we're living. So I just felt like, just to kind of get to the foundation of why we're even here today, is to try to move forward as efficiently and effectively as we can. And I just go back to Ms. DeTong's question. I think her question is really good. Right now, we have been acting off the Code of Virginia. We have been complying with the code. I think just understanding more clearly the subtle differences in the authorities is really going to help us. So I think the discussion has been really important, and I too look forward to just being able to clearly present all the differences. So with that, anybody else from the board
Madam
care to
Chair,
ask Mr. Mann or
Madam Chair,
yes,
Marty.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, how are you?
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning. I look at these regional entities, been working on them since like 2002, trying to get some of them going. And thankfully, we now have 3. I guess we have 4. We got something in 81. We've got something similar, but I'm certainly prepared to support this today. It's we're really just a conduit and a partner in terms of passing this money along to the region. I like the way Hampton Roads spends their money better than any of the other authorities, but that doesn't mean that they do it right or that their model fits everybody else's. So I'm certainly prepared to move forward with it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Anybody else? Okay, well, Mr. Mann, thank you so much for coming today. And we will look forward to having a very long partnership with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Dudley.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Is my audio working for everyone?
It is hearty, I would say.
Great. Well, I'm in my office, my empty office with all the echoes, so hopefully it works out for everybody. So today I'm going to give you an update on our street maintenance payments program for both our urban localities and for the counties of Arlington and Henrico. This is going to be familiar with most of you, because this is something we normally provide at the workshop in May for approval in June. But as Secretary Valentine stated, this is not a normal year, and we have had to adjust our timeframes to account for the late budget approval, and that does include an action item this afternoon so that we can meet our quarter payment deadline. This year, as you may recall, we carried over fiscal year 20 payments into the first quarter of 21 with a plan to reconcile after we receive the final budget. So today I'll give you an overview of the request for approval of these payments. I'll give you an overview, and this afternoon it'll be request for approval of the payments. Next slide, please. There you go. This provides a short overview of the program. Just a reminder for the board, all cities and towns with populations over 3,500 operate their own urban streets and receive payments from the department to support their street maintenance program. Each year, these localities are required to submit any additions or deletions of eligible mileage to my division. And we use that information along with our new budget to calculate new payments. Payments are calculated for urban localities are based on moving lane miles available during peak travel time and are paid quarterly. For urban localities, the payment rates are based on 2 categories, all arterials and then local and collector streets. These payments, as well as the changes to the urban inventory, are approved by the board each year. Also, for your information, the board VDOT is required to inspect arterial routes in the cities and towns each year, and payments are contingent on those arterials being maintained in accordance with VDOT's requirements. When we find deficiencies, we notify localities and ask for corrective action. Next slide, please. So Arlington and Henrico are the only two counties that maintain their own local streets or non-primary streets, and we have a maintenance payment program similar to that of the cities and towns for these counties. Like the payments to cities and towns, the payments are made quarterly, but those payments are not based on a functional classification by code. They are based on total lane miles maintained in counties. If anyone has any questions, feel free to break in. Next slide, please. So in addition to our street maintenance payments, we also include some other locality payments as part of our payment program. These include overweight truck permit fee revenue that is collected by the Department of Motor Vehicles. We provide, the city of Chesapeake is the only locality that operates and maintains movable bridges in the Commonwealth. In order to support the extra costs associated with the maintenance and operation of those bridges, we provide the city of Chesapeake an additional $1 million annually. Localities which host Virginia Port Authority tax-exempt real estate are also provided compensation in lieu of taxes totaling $1 million annually. You see on the list which localities that is. So altogether, VDOT provides just under $400 million to urban localities to assist them with their street maintenance expenditures, and we provide Arlington and Henrico approximately $70 million. This year, in addition to these payments, we're requesting that $10,844.76 exactly for FY 2020 to be taken off the top of the urban allocations to reimburse the town of Leesburg for half a mile of arterial routes that were inadvertently omitted from their inventory last year. Next slide, please. So as I previously mentioned, as a result of uncertainties created by COVID, the department's budget, we could not determine this year's payment rates for the new year. As a result, we carried over street maintenance payments from FY20. We did not carry over the overweight permit fees, and the FY21 payments for Chesapeake's movable bridges and the tax-exempt real estate payments were made. They were not affected by the budget, and they were made. We will be reconciling the maintenance payments during the second quarter this year, and we will be catching up to our with our permit fee revenue payments. Next slide, please. As part of the board's approval of the maintenance payments, the board also approves the urban inventory. Today, we have approximately 26,200 lane miles in the urban inventory. This year, we had an increase of 52 lane miles, or 14.15 centerline miles, with 37 localities losing mileage and 44 localities increasing mileage. These changes are normally the result of notification by localities of new eligible roads. So typically things increase, don't decrease. But we have been reconciling our urban inventory as part of an urban maintenance payment inventory geo-referencing project for a number of years, and some of these inventory changes are a result of this project's final reconciliation. And regarding that project, it has been underway for several years. The board first received an update in 2016 when we performed an initial reconciliation that reduced the urban inventory by over 500 lane miles. This project is wrapping up and will create a geo-referenced urban inventory that will replace a tabular database with a layer on Virginia's roadway network systems. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. It's slowly coming up. There you go. This is just, I know you can't read this. This is just a depiction. This is what we've been using since probably the early 90s, just a spreadsheet. Keep track of all the inventory. We're going to move from that to next slide. To this, which will be publicly available so any locality or any citizen can see the roads that VDOT is making payments for. And any additions to our inventory will be entered into this system, and we'll easily see if there are any discrepancies, including possible overlapping segments where we're already making payments, or if there's a gap in what might otherwise be an eligible street. So this is going to benefit localities as well as us. It's been going on for a number of years, this project, and it should be deployed this year. Next slide, please. So these are the proposed payment rates this year based on the new budget provided and inventory changes. You have a copy of the mileage adjustments in attachment A to the resolution you see today. And you have a copy of the actual quarterly payments in attachment B. Attachment C is the overweight permit fees. You can see for 21, arterial routes will be getting $22,161.46 per lane mile. Locals and collectors will be getting $13,011.71 per lane mile. And Arlington and Henrico will be receiving $19,406 and $14,121 per lane mile, respectively. Next slide, please. So with that, the next steps will be approval of the payments. And again, I apologize, but we do have it in the action meeting this afternoon. Really intended so that we can get these payments caught up in the second quarter. Any questions?
Madam Secretary, this is Carlos. Can we go back to the slide?
Hi, Mr. Brown. Hi, Mr. Brown.
Hi, how are you? Can we go back to the prior slide? I just, again, I don't think I ask this question every year, but it's the one with the difference between the Arlington and Henrico, and so is it that, and I know that the Arlington and Henrico rates are deemed to be beneficial and it goes back to like the 1920s, but is it that they receive on average a higher dollar figure per lane mile than other urban areas because they're receiving for example, in the case of Henrico, it's receiving 14,000 across the board versus other urban areas will have to, in some cases, they're only going to receive 13. Is that the reason that they're deemed to be so much more beneficial or have much of a better deal?
Well, sure, Mr. Brown, Madam Secretary. The payment rates for Arlington and Henrico and the urban localities were baselined several years ago and increased at the rate of our budget increase. So the actual payments rates are really established by code, or at least the baseline, and then it grows each year. So the difference is that it is a little hard to compare because Arlington and Henrico, they both have arterials and they both have locals, local streets that could be classified as that, but we pay them all at one rate. Whereas the urban localities by code are paid differently for the different rates. So it could be the case where you have Henrico may be getting a little more for their locals and collectors, but a little less for their arterials. So, and same thing with Arlington, with that 19,000 rate. So it's really hard to compare. I think you can look at it different ways. I think some folks, just depending on which side of the county you're sitting on, you may think you're getting a better deal or a worse deal than the other program.
And what would our number be for our rural counties? For example, if you're in Buckingham County, and what's Buckingham getting per lane mile as compared to Henrico and Arlington?
I would have, Mr. Brown and Madam Secretary, I would have to defer that question to our maintenance division or our asset management division. I do not know how we, if that's an easy answer, because I think it all depends on the need, because we budget our projects and our maintenance based on need, within our whole system. So If one county needs more than another, then they may get more per lane mile in that county because of the need. So since we have a bigger organization here, we can shift funds. There may be some average number, but I'm sorry, I don't know what that average number might be on a secondary street.
Mr. Brown, is Kevin Gregg on the call this morning?
Madam Secretary, I'm not sure if he's on at this moment. Periodically he does watch, but I know he's in the office today, but maybe on other meetings. This is something that we would have to bring back. It would be certainly back on an average that we would bring back, as Mr. Dudley had indicated, that from a district perspective, we're able to look at needs across the district boundaries. And certainly one year, one county might get more than another county, but it's balancing out our system overall and not necessarily specific to the number of lane miles, but we could bring it possibly back to an average, but I don't have that information at my disposal.
Yeah, and again, it's more of a curiosity. Again, the averaging probably doesn't give you a good indicator, because again, there may be some rural roads that have very low traffic and need a lot less maintenance, and as a result. But I just was curious, and I would guess you would look at it from a kind of a system-wide maintenance. You take out all the bridges and the interstates, and then you subtract out the urbans and the Arlingtons and Henricos, and then divide the rest of the dollars by that. That would probably tell us what an average we're spending per lane mile and the rest of the system. But again, you can just follow up with an email or something. We can just talk offline. That's fine.
Secretary, it's Mary.
Yes, Ms. Hines.
I just wanted to add a little bit to this conversation on 2 points. The first is, as a former Arlington County board member, I can tell you we spend at least 50% more on per lane mile than what the state gives us. So the county is putting an incredible infusion in maintaining these roads. So it's just a point of reference. But the other observation I would make is that, as our various regional authorities do their work, there are a lot of lane miles added every year that will indeed need to be maintained in the counties. So it's separate from this conversation we just had, but sort of, I think that the board needs to have a way to keep in its mind how many lane miles we're adding each year to the overall system, since we have a primary responsibility on maintenance. And so those, how the system grows and how much maintenance money we need to spend is also influences how much money we have left over for SMARTSCALE and some other things. So keeping our eyes on that as we move forward will also, I think, be important. Thanks.
I really appreciate that. Anyone else?
Madam Secretary, this is Mark Merrill.
Yes, Mr. Merrill.
Are those rates that are proposed? I had the same question Mr. Brown did about why the variance between Arlington and Henrico, but my second question was related to the urban payment rates. Will those be applied consistently across the Commonwealth, since these are the only two jurisdictions that do it on their own?
Mr. Dudley.
Sure, Madam Secretary, Mr. Merrill, how are you? Welcome to the board. Yeah, some of the payment rates, as I mentioned before, were established. The base rates were established a number of years ago, and then they grew at Encode, and then they grow at VDOT's own maintenance rate increase. What's important to remember is the urban localities are their own budget. So their budget is separate from Arlington and Henrico's budget. They have their own budget, so they're together. And so the rates will vary in growth depending on the inventory growth within each budget. So just like if the growth of the roads, a number of lane miles increase at the exact same rate as the budget, then everything stays the same. But if the budget grows more than inventory, then the rates may go a little higher or a little lower. It all depends on the couple of different factors. So that's how that is. That's why they are different. And with the urban rates, they are applied consistently across all our urban localities across the whole state. So they will all be getting that same number.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Dudley, I wanted you to take that one. Anyone else? Okay. So, Mr. Dudley, are you up next for revenue sharing?
I think I am. Didn't get enough of me the first presentation. Thank you. So I'm assuming my audio is still good. So let's go to the revenue sharing presentation, please. And that's great. So we've been hearing a lot about revenue sharing program over the past month. And we have provided the actual selections of the projects this year in our various 6-year improvement program updates and in our November virtual public meeting. But we thought it would be a good idea just to give you an update on the cycle that we went through this past actually a year and a half. So this is a pretty quick presentation, but we thought it would be a good idea just to kind of give you guys and give everyone an update on what we've been doing. So next slide, please. So again, just a reminder of some of the program requirements. We are on a biennial application cycle that's been going on for a couple of cycles now. A few years ago, we modified our revenue sharing allocation policy to help more equitably distribute the funding across all localities. And two of the more significant changes was that we reduced the total allocations localities could request for any one fiscal year from 10 million to 5 million. And we capped at 10 million the amount of any state matching funds that could be allocated to any single revenue sharing projects. So allocations are distributed in accordance with priorities that are set in code. And the first priority are projects which already have revenue sharing projects. So we call them existing revenue sharing projects. Second are those projects that meet a V-Trans need or will accelerate a project in a locality's capital improvement plan. And third, there are any maintenance project that addresses a deficient pavement or substandard bridge. We do have a fourth category, which is basically any other project that doesn't meet any of those other eligible priorities. Next slide, please. So this is the time frame of our most recent application cycle, and those 2019 dates are correct. We normally begin our application cycle in the year prior to the allocation year. So in a normal year, we would have allocated these funds in July of this year. So we will actually begin a new application cycle pretty soon. In May. This year we had 72 localities submit applications for projects, and 69 of those localities had projects screened in. It's a very popular program. We had 12 localities request the maximum of $10 million over the 2 fiscal years. And we actually had 4 other localities ask for between $8 and $9 million, or $8 and $9.9 million. In terms of actual dollars, we screened in $246 million of requests. The bulk of those requests, as you can see, are priority 2 projects. So next slide, please. This table just breaks down the total requests by district. As usual, Hampton Roads, Northern Virginia, and Richmond districts lead the way in the number of requests. So next slide, please. After our final screening, we did have a few localities withdraw their applications, so our total request of screened-in applications actually dropped to $239 million. And this shows how that funding was distributed. 67 million went to priority 1 projects. Now it's important to note that by policy, when we get to priority 2 projects and we don't have enough allocations to fund all the requests, we fund the first $1 million that any one locality requests. Then we prorate any locality request above that amount. In that manner, we ensure that smaller localities that request smaller amounts of money get a more equitable distribution of the funding. As noted on the slide, we were not able to fund any priority 3 or priority 4 projects this year. And as you've been informed, these allocations are programmed for FY 25 and 26 of the 6-year improvement program. Next slide. And that wraps up the presentation. You will actually be improving the projects that we have seen before in the 6-year improvement program at the action meeting today. Most of you have seen a deallocation letter that has gone out to our localities, and I will be bringing that list of projects for deallocation to the board in January. With that, have any questions?
Thank you, Russ. Any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Secretary. Russ, we call this a revenue sharing program. That's been around a while. What revenue are we sharing?
The tax.
So we're, Madam Secretary, Dr. Smoot. Yes, so it's the split between the localities. It's a 50-50 split. And I guess I just assumed that was it's one of those assumptions I make. I don't think I included it in the presentation, but it is a 50-50 split with the localities. Localities are required to match the state allocation dollar for dollar. In many cases, maybe most cases, localities provide a little bit more on top of the 50-50 split.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say that Mr. Merrill, your predecessor, Mr. Whitworth, and Ms. Hines, Mr. Yates, and perhaps I may have missed someone and I apologize, but really took the lead in reforming and revamping this program. So a lot of effort has gone into it. And so Russ, thank you very much for the update this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So with that, Mr. Tucker, good morning. We'll get an update.
Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I'm going to be going over SMARTSCALE Round 4, update on the screening and validation process. This will be the last presentation before we release scores in January. So it's been a long 6 months, but we're almost there, thankfully. Slide 3. So this is just a recap, some of the statistics I went over a couple weeks ago. It's the number of submissions by district, the total cost of the portfolio by district, as well as the total requested amount. Round 3, we saw about a 46% reduction in the total portfolio from round 3. And I think that's attributable to a couple of things that I went over a couple weeks ago. A lot of the bigger projects have been funded either through SMARTSCALE or through regional funding sources, PPTA or 3P projects. There are 405 total applications that were submitted by applicants. I have a note here that does not include the 2 placeholders that the CTB has the option to submit each round. So, for January, if the board decides to exercise that, we could go up one or two projects. Another note here is that we are wrapping up cost estimate validation. The districts and DRPT have been working with the applicants, so there may be some minor differences in the final totals once we have the final numbers in January. Next slide. So project screening, just to recap, it's really 3 questions that we ask of each project. The first is, does the project meet an identified and adopted VTrans need by the Commonwealth Transportation Board? The second is the project eligible for the SMARTSCALE program? The most common issue we run up against across rounds are applications where a significant portion of the project appears to be the replacement of existing assets, which we would consider maintenance, which is prohibited from the SMARTSCALE program. Project readiness is the third and final and probably most common issue that comes up each round. And really, project readiness rules that the board has adopted are designed to minimize risk down the road. As if the project were to be selected, it minimizes risk for project changes and any cost increases. So the readiness requirements really ratchet up the more complex, the bigger the project is. And the next slide is a cheat sheet that the SMARTSCALE team across the state use to assess project readiness. And so you'll kind of see there at the top, your most complex and most risky projects are going to be things like new grade separated interchanges, any major investments that trigger NEPA multi-alt analysis. And so those are the types of projects that the board has established the highest readiness bar. So we may require, we'll require an IJR in case of a new access point, or we'll require that the NEPA document be completed with the preferred alternative identified. And then as you go down, the readiness bar will start to lower. So the next rung down would be projects not quite as complex, but still have some risk. Those are going to be major roadway widenings, major transit investments. And there we're going to want to have a detailed planning study, operational analysis to ensure that we understand the project, that we've evaluated alternatives to improve the existing system. And then you get to the bottom, the lowest complexity projects may be just minor turn lane extensions, putting in a sidewalk or a new bus stop. And that would be the lowest bar, where we just require a good project description, a good cost estimate, and a sketch that describes the project features. Next slide. So the screen out decisions by round, and I apologize for all the asterisks on this slide, but there is a little bit of nuance. We've identified 9 projects that we feel confident don't meet the board's requirements for VTrans need, eligibility, and readiness. There are 6 projects that we feel are at risk, and we are essentially giving the applicants until the end of next week to address any of the issues related to eligibility concerns or readiness which is often related to alternatives evaluation. But what you can see here is each round we've gotten better. In round 1, just over 10% of the applications were screened out. And this trend would kind of be expected. The first year, it was the first time SMARTSCALE had been implemented. But as the applicant community and the state has gotten more depth at implementing and managing the SMARTSCALE process, that percentage has gone down to where we're, depending on the risk for screen out, those 6 projects, we're anywhere between just over 2% to 3.7% of the applications this round. So much lower number as well as a much lower percentage. I will point out the 2 in Culpeper, those were withdrawn by the applicant. So those were not ones that had readiness, eligibility, or VTrans related issues. Next slide. The reason for screen outs, and there is a minor error on this slide. We had 2 for VTrans need, 8 projects that had eligibility concerns, and 7 projects that had project readiness concerns across the board. So all in all, really low numbers compared to previous rounds. There are, of the 6 projects that we've identified as having screen out risk, remaining screen out risk, 4 of those are in the Richmond district and 2 are in the Hampton Roads district. I believe many of those will be able to address the issues over the next 2 weeks, and we'll be able to have that in hand before we enter into the holiday season. Let's see here. The reason the numbers don't total up completely is there were 2 applications that had both risk for eligibility and readiness. So that's why the numbers are a little off there if you're trying to total things up. And The next slide here is the list of projects. The top portion of the table are the projects that are recommended for screen out. The bottom portion are the projects that still have remaining risk and that hopefully we'll be able to have buttoned up by next year. One of the things I will take responsibility for, it was, you know, I really would have liked to have given this information to the board much sooner. I know you are just getting this over the last day. It was a balancing act between trying to give the applications, given this challenging year that we're having, giving them time to address, and the district's time to address some of the eligibility and readiness concerns. So had we come to the board a month ago, this list would have been much more extensive than it is now. So this is kind of where we stand as far as the screening decisions for this round. That the districts and DRPT, next slide, are wrapping up application validation. The portal is used to manage a lot of that process. So there's an actual tool in the portal that the districts and DRPT use to validate the various components of the application, one, to ensure that the application is accurate, but there's also portions of the application that affect the score. So staff are going in and reviewing the economic development sites to ensure that they meet the board's requirements, that there's a clear project scope, that the cost estimate and schedule are reasonable. And the portal is used to track and communicate any edits that are needed with the applicant communities. They're able to concur with the changes, and we're able to track that all in the system, which is really nice. And with that, I'm sure there are questions, and that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Secretary, this is Shep. I have a question.
Oh, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Chad, on slide 4 in your project eligibility bullet, you talked about the most common issue for screen outs in that regard. For applications where a significant portion of the project is replacement of existing assets, which is considered maintenance. Can you give me some flour around that? Give me an example of something that you might see.
So commonly what you might see would be an improvement along the corridor that, say, is going to put in a shared use path and a sidewalk. And as part of the project, the traffic signal systems are going to be replaced. There's going to be mill and overlay of the pavement. The median is going to be reconstructed. And so when you really start to dissect the details of the project, you realize that a fairly significant portion of the project is essentially replacing what's already there. And so, you know, we work with the districts and the applicant community to try to identify those. We do encourage applicants to try to leverage funding. And I will say I noticed it is a more common issue in jurisdictions that maintain their own streets. So we typically will see this more often than not in towns and cities that maintain their own streets. And they're essentially trying to piggyback maintenance improvements on top of things that are eligible for SMARTSCALE.
Understand. Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Wow, Mr. Tucker, what a great presentation. Thank you. Let me see. Get back to my screen. Ah, here we go. Oh, Ms. Pryor, welcome back.
Good morning. Good
You
morning,
did a
Madam
good job last
Secretary,
night
members.
too.
Oh, thank you. I've had a lot of practice with that presentation now.
And you'll get even more.
I will. This morning, I'm presenting a request for a budget increase for a SMARTSCALE project, I-81 Exit 17 in Bristol District. Next slide, please. As a heads up, I will inform you that this item is also on the action agenda for today, as well as the award of this project. And I'll go through the slides so you'll see some of the urgency for this action today. By way of background, the CTV policy for SMARTSCALE addresses scope changes and indicates that a project that's been selected for funding has to be rescored and the funding decision reevaluated if there are significant changes to either the scope or the cost of the project, such that the impact to the benefits would be negative or substantially different. The policy further states that estimate increases above certain thresholds, as shown on the slide, need board action to approve. Next slide, please. The I-81 Exit 17 Interchange Modification project was submitted by the town of Abingdon in round 1 of SMARTSCALE. The original project cost was $21.2 million. It was fully funded through the SMARTSCALE program. The request was funded with a combination of both district grant and high priority funds. The project is VDOT administered, and several of you may recall that a $10.6 million budget increase was previously approved by the board back in October of 2018. The project was advertised recently, and VDOT received bids on November 18th. There is currently about a $1.5 million shortfall for award of the project. The original scope of the project included relocating and extending northbound on and off ramps, relocating the intersection for northbound on and off ramps, as well as reconfiguring some property access due to road closures. Next slide. After the project was selected, signal improvements at the I-81 southbound ramps were also included in the project. This allows for both the northbound and southbound ramp signals to be upgraded at the same time, which will improve the operations at the interchange. The proposed signal at Gravel Lake Road was removed from the project. This was done because it was determined that the signal location would actually impact wetlands negatively. And then in further review, it was determined that the signal wasn't warranted at that location. And finally, a roundabout was included in the project along the realigned Gravel Lake Road. This was in response to public comment and also helps facilitate better access to several industrial businesses along the proposed realignment. Next slide. This is just a sketch of the project so you can see the location and the improvements. Next slide. So what's contributing to the $1.5 million shortfall for award today? In reviewing everything, the design refinements actually enhance the safety operations of the interchange and do not negatively impact the benefits. The design refinements also do not contribute to the shortfall for award. The additional cost is associated primarily with additional environmental cultural resource monitoring required at 2 archaeological sites on the project, as well as higher unit prices for asphalt and aggregate and higher utility relocation costs. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of where we've been with this project. VDOT has received bids and has determined that the price proposals are responsive and represent good competition. The estimated budget increase required to award the project is $1.5 million. This will represent a total cumulative budget increase of $12.1 million for this project. The table shows the original application of the project was funded number 10 out of 10 funded projects in round 1 in Bristol. Based on the first cost increase approved in October of 2018, an additional $10.6 million was added to the project, which dropped the score to 0.99 and essentially dropped the rank of the project by 5. Today's requested action would increase the total budget to $33.3 million, which is an increase of $1.5 million. The impact to the score would be to revise it to 0.94, and it would drop another spot in the ranking. To date, we have spent $18.9 million on preliminary engineering and right-of-way at this project. Next slide. So what will be presented to you this afternoon for action is an approval of a budget increase so that the project can be awarded. It is also on the agenda for your award approval today, in addition to the budget increase. The proposal is that the cost increase be funded entirely out of surplus funds available to Bristol District from their district grant balances. They currently have about $12 million in surplus from other projects. So taking the $1.5 million needed to fund this project for award now would leave a remaining surplus of $10.6 million for Bristol District grant funds. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I've also got the District Administrator, Donnie Necessary, on the line if there are technical questions about the project.
Madam Secretary?
Yes.
Scott with a question.
Oh, hello. I didn't recognize your voice.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I just wanted to be, yes, my picture's not up there. So
Mr. Caswood.
yes, thank you. Kim, can you tell me how many bidders we had in the actual bid process?
I might have to defer to Mr. Caples for that. I recall there were 3, but I can't be sure. I can get that information for you, though. I don't know if Mr. Caples is on the line.
Mr. Caples, are you here?
I guess my second question, while we're trying to track that down, would be in scope of a $33 million project. Are there not value engineering options that would have kept this within its, I guess, revised cost estimate that we funded in 2018?
Sure. Many of the design refinements were as a result of the value engineering process.
So we value engineered and it cost us more.
The cost increase is really less associated with the design refinements and more related to the unit prices on the asphalt and aggregate.
Okay. Did they vary substantially, or have they increased substantially from what we estimated in 2018?
That would be a question for Mr. Caples. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
You know what, then, Mr. Caswitz, let me, Donnie Necessary, the district engineer from Bristol's on the phone. Donnie, do you recall the number of bidders on this project? It's been an issue for.
Madam Secretary.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Steve Rich. We had 5 bidders on the project, not the 3 that we noted. So we had good value. I think Mr. Caples is now on the phone as well.
Mr. Caples. Oh, I'm sorry.
I am on the line.
Okay. Did you want to respond to the?
Yes, we had 5 bidders on this project. And not to put the cart before the horse, but it was within the range of the evaluative estimate. So we had good competition, and it is definitely an awardable project as submitted and as proposed through this budget increase.
And then Kim mentioned that, well, we were discussing value engineered options. I guess the one of the components of the price increase was the increase in aggregates and paving material. Was that a significant jump over what our price estimates were in 2018? I mean, it's a relatively short period of time to have a significant change, but is that what drove the price principally?
I would say yes. Donnie and I worked together on this. The cost increase in the aggregate material was almost, it was about $850,000. So it was a large portion of this budget increase. And I think that based on the proximity to the project, some of the raw materials, it was anticipated that we would see more competitive pricing as it pertained to the raw materials, but that was not the case.
Thank you.
Donnie Necessary, is there anything you'd like to add to this discussion?
Madam Secretary,
We can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me?
Try one more time.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Madam Secretary and members of the board, we did place risk in the estimates. The raw materials are adjacent to the project. Literally, the property line of the raw materials, the concrete, the asphalt, and the stone are adjacent to the project. There were very little transport costs, so we assessed that risk in our preliminary estimate, and the bidders did not take that into account.
Thank you. Is Mr. Stinson on the line? Carol, was he able to join us this morning?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Well, hello, welcome.
Yes,
is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Stinson?
Well, I don't think that I could add a whole lot except just a couple of notes that this project is obviously we've had to increase the scope, but there's a lot of economic potential here, and this is one of the ones that's kept going forward during the COVID, where a lot of others have ground to a stop or to a near stop. Also, I think it's for my colleagues on the board that a lot of some things that couldn't be foreseen have continued to throw roadblocks, for lack of a better term. Some archaeological things that wasn't known about the property and that sort of thing that have popped up and have had to caused an increase. And basically, that's pretty much what I would have to add. And certainly, Mr. Necessary, I'd be happy to answer further questions if there's any specifics that would come up.
Thank you, Mr. Stinson. Mr. Necessary, I am hoping nothing's ground to a stop over in Bristol. However, is there anything else, Commissioner, that you might want to add to the conversation?
Madam Secretary, I do think this does give good value back to, with 5 bids on the project, certainly is indicative of having a robust bidding environment. This is one of those projects in 2018 when we started, if you recall, the number of significant issues with our cost estimating process that we've looked at. This is one of those projects that we are going to be doing a further in-depth analysis on the aggregate and asphalt cost because of the proximity to the 81 projects, and making sure that if this is indicative of price increases along the corridor, that we're going to make sure that we're taking that into consideration as we're developing the projects along the corridor. So the chief engineer and I have had a discussion, or not one, but several discussions on this before bringing it to the board today, and then for Mr. Capel's action on bid items at the end. But we think that this may be strictly a one-off, but having 5 bids in a very competitive bid environment, this does represent good value, but a deeper dive into why those differences do exist.
Madam Secretary.
Carrie.
Go ahead, Mary.
Ms. Hines?
Thanks. I want to take us up above this project. We need to keep this moving. We need to get this accomplished for this district. But I would observe that this is the first time we've had a second infusion of cash into a SMARTSCALE project. So that hasn't happened before. And maybe, as the commissioner said, this is a one-off. Second infusion after the first award. But I would really like to request that staff take a look at whether there are any other considerations we should take up once, if we have other circumstances where they come back for more cash after having gotten one, whether it's what the mix of high priority and district grant funding should be overall in the project, or whether there's some level at which it doesn't need to come back. I mean, I would appreciate having staff sort of look at that and come back to us with any thinking. Not imminent, doesn't have to happen right away, but in the context of all our smart scale policies, it seems to me if it's happened once, it could happen again, and maybe there's some guidance we might want to give on how we approach that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Secretary, this is Shep.
Mr. Miller.
The district grant funds that we're recommending that we use, the surplus funds, those are by policy sort of locked into the Bristol district regardless, are they not?
That's correct.
So what we're really talking about is in a sense, a Bristol issue, Bristol district issue, where they're going to use up some more of their money that they could use on something else, as opposed to impacting other budgets at VDOT. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So to Mary's point and to Scott's point, I think, and others, and perhaps the commissioner has helped us understand this is one of those, perhaps a one-off deal, but it is disconcerting, obviously, to watch a budget go from 21 to 31 to 33. It's just like, it's almost like, why do we have a budgeting process when we're that far off? So I would encourage us to continue to work towards refining the process and work on what Johnny and Scott have done and others have done to make sure our estimating is more realistic.
I would just say to the commissioner and chief engineer, in the task force that you have had with Mr. Kaskowitz and Mr. Malbin, has this issue been brought before the task force, commissioner?
Particular one, this particular project, no, but in the sense of the task force and the overall duties of the chief estimator, that role and responsibility, as we discussed, was how do we get, or how do we make sure that the cost estimates in the beginning, when we have very limited engineering, are set appropriately, recognizing that we have still the project development phase, and that is going to be the role and responsibility of the chief estimator to take, making sure that our estimates are set at the very beginning stage where we have planning level documents all the way to the final end where we're bidding that actual project out that's representative of the market at that point in time. This one, I recognize that this is the second time that we're bringing a project back to the board from SmartScale. I would like to remind the board that in 2018, as we're and possibly into 2019, Laskin Road was also the recipient of 2 infusions of SmartScale monies at that point in time as well. So just recognize that we have had some issues. Those were larger scale projects. I recognize too that as we discussed in 2018, this project has gone from a $20 million project to a $30 million project, being a third of the increase, or 33% increase overall. And that was not viewed very favorably at that time, still is not. And that is why we started the cost estimating process and bringing refinement to it. This is a work in progress, as Mr. Necessary will tell you, in the Bristol district. And we are working on those issues today.
So I just bringing this up, the fact that we put this prioritization process in place where it's completely transparent, the board is completely aware of the estimating and where it works, where it falls short, and in a planning process where projects are awarded funds based on estimates done very early in the process over a 6-year window. So just many things that we're working through to make sure that the prioritization process is working. And I think the task force commissioner would be a good place to perhaps look into this particular issue, especially with 81 being such a an important quarter. So really, really good questions from everybody.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, thank you. I thought great discussion. Thank you. I would say in defense, for lack of a better term, the market is so disruptive right now. The work that we were doing at construction projects and work around here at our healthcare system, I mean, there have been some huge disruptions in the supply chain because of COVID, both in terms of demand side as well as labor shortages and things of this sort. So I applaud the work of the team in coming up and explaining the variants.
So thank you. And thank you for bringing that perspective to the discussion as well.
Madam Secretary?
EDOT.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Malvin.
When the task force were working on this issue, we knew that there were legacy projects that were already in the pipeline that may had some issues with estimating it with limited engineering or design. So, to be honest with you, I think we were going to expect some surprises, a project that were already in the pipeline that hasn't gone through some of the changes that we're recommending in projects moving forward. So we may have more of these, and I hope not, but some of those may have been estimated with a different criteria than we're using now.
Another great perspective to bring to the discussion.
Madam Secretary?
Chief Engineer.
Thank you. I just, Mr. Malvin again has stolen my thunder on this subject, and this is something that we did discuss on our task force. And we do. I mean, again, this project was 2018 back when we were locking down estimates and budgets much earlier in the process. And that's something that Mr. Kaslowitz and Malvin and myself looked at and know that that's an issue we're going to have to tackle going forward, because at that early time in the process, you know so little about a project and things arise. This particular project, I can tell you that we did not anticipate the delta in the quantities that we got, especially since the project is so close to existing quarries and batch plants where the asphalt and the stone are readily available and can be taken to a job site very quickly. And the district took the numbers that they utilized in other projects that were similar to this, that were similar in proximity, and utilized those numbers, which is what they should have done. However, you know, at the end of the day, you're taking a design estimate and comparing it to a contractor's bid. And that's something that the task force, we've looked at, and we realize that they're comparing apples to oranges. But the processes that we have put in place already, even without the addition of having the chief estimator position filled yet, we have put processes in place to offset some of this. But these legacy projects, and I think I said this a couple of different times to the board, that we never know. All we can do is continue to prep ourselves and prepare, and to continue to review these estimates coming forward.
Thank you. So with that, we'll kind of assign this issue within the purview of the task force. And thank you, Commissioner and Chief Engineer. We will move on now to Jennifer DeBrule and the transit TDM study that Virginia and Maryland are doing together. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I'm here today to give you an update on our 495 American Legion Bridge Transit and TDM study. As the Secretary mentioned, we're very grateful to have the opportunity to work as equal partners with our colleagues in Maryland to advance this study. Next slide, please. So when we last briefed you on this study back in October, and at that point in time had outlined a schedule that would have had us bringing draft recommendations to you today. We have, as we've worked with our partners in the region, we've really identified the need to do some additional engagement. So I want to start off today and talk about that outreach, and then walk through where we are with recommendations and our schedule for completion of the study.
I'm participating in our monthly board meeting for CTB, but I've got it volume down in the background. So.
Hey, Scott.
Well, hang on a second.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Keep talking, Scott.
Yeah, you can keep, you always want to say, oh my gosh, hope you say really good things about us.
Just hit your
So
mute button, Scott.
So I'll pick back up and talk a little bit about our engagement process on the study. As we briefed you on back in October, we do have a stakeholder work group that is comprised of stakeholders on both sides of the bridge, both Virginia and Maryland. They've met 3 times to date. We have another meeting with them scheduled for Friday to go over recommendations and potential investment strategies. We are planning for a 45-day open public comment period on draft recommendations. Depending on our work with the stakeholders this week, we do anticipate opening that public comment period later this month, and that it will run at least through the end of January. We've also held a public meeting jointly with VDOT on I-495. We did that back in November, and we are planning for another public meeting to coincide with those draft recommendations. That meeting is being scheduled for early January. Our intent with that meeting is to provide a full briefing on the draft recommendations, answer questions from the public, and also to accept comments. We've also done 2 surveys. The first survey was completed back in August and was intended to get some feedback on commuting choices in the corridor and desire for different commuting choices. Our second survey is open right now. It'll be open through the end of this week and is intended to get feedback on potential recommendations. There's also information, lots of information on our webpage, and we do have an open stakeholder comment link as well. Next slide, please. So I do want to talk a little bit about our study process. We did start by looking at the gaps in transit service and understanding the need for transit, and then evaluated the travel markets between Virginia and Maryland. That is the information that we briefed you on back in October. Since then, we have tested a number of different transit routes and technology and commuter assistance program options, leading us up to where we are right now, which is on the cusp of making those recommendations for potential improvement. Next slide, please. So in terms of potential transit connections, we did look at over 30 different connections between major destination points in Virginia, which there are 4 of those, and then multiple destination points on the Maryland side. This slide shows how those different potential transit corridors were screened based on anticipated travel demand and existing transit services that serve the same general area. We did narrow these potential transit connections that were under consideration down to 8 routes for further analysis. Next slide, please. So we've used a prioritization methodology to evaluate the routes and score them really relative to each other based on 3 different categories. We've looked at productivity, that's based largely on maximizing ridership based on the cost. We've looked at equity and making sure that we are providing meaningful connections to areas with low income and minority populations. And we've also looked at connectivity, making sure that we're providing access to jobs and connecting people to those jobs. Next slide, please. So I'm going to walk you briefly through the 8 routes that are being evaluated and modeled for potential recommendations. So I'm going to start with Bethesda to Tysons. This is one of the routes that we are looking at service in both directions during the peak period. It does offer several connections to existing and planned transit and scores very well in terms of productivity, maximizing ridership, and also connectivity to jobs. Next slide, please. The next route I'm going to walk you through is the Germantown to Tysons. route. And for this one, due to the demand being greater from Maryland into Virginia in the AM peak period, we would provide peak directional service. So it would be service from Germantown to Tysons in the morning, service Tysons to Germantown in the afternoon. This route scored very well in terms of equity. Next slide, please. The Gaithersburg to Tysons route scored well in all three of our evaluation categories. The route does recommend service from Gaithersburg to Tysons during the morning peak period and from Tysons to Gaithersburg during the PM peak period. Next slide. So for Silver Spring to Tysons, our modeling analysis is recommending service from Silver Spring to Tysons during the morning peak period and from Tysons to Silver Spring in the afternoon. Again, lots of connections to existing and planned transit, and this route also scored very highly in the equity category. Next slide. So for Frederick to Tysons, this is, again, this recommendation would be for service from Frederick to Tysons in the morning and then from Tysons to Frederick in the afternoon peak. This route also scored the highest in the equity category and is the longest route that is under consideration. Next slide, please. For Frederick to Arlington, this route would propose service from Frederick to Arlington in the morning peak period and from Arlington to Frederick in the afternoon peak period. This route received a medium score for all three categories and very similar to the Frederick to Tysons. It is one of the longest routes that's under consideration. Next slide, please. So for Bethesda to Reston, this is one of those connections that has a very high demand in both directions. So we are looking at potential service in both directions during the peak period. Lots of connections available at both ends to current and planned transit service, and this route scored very highly in the connectivity category. Next slide, please. So the last route that we're evaluating is a Bethesda to Dunmooring via Tysons. This route scored very well in terms of productivity and connectivity and gives us a glimpse into where we're going next with our analysis, where we start to layer different routes or compare or put different destinations together to maximize that transit productivity, to make meaningful transit connections, and to be able to provide the broadest range of service. The next slide, please. So the next slide summarizes, excuse me. The next slide summarizes our preliminary route ranking for each of our scoring categories and shows you how those routes stack up when compared to one another. We can go ahead and go to the next slide just to show this information a little differently. I believe we lost the slides.
But can I just say for a moment, we can pause and I'll see each other. Mr. Rucker, were you able to get your, get back in the meeting? Oh, I can't hear you. You're muted. Nope.
I said I was out of the meeting for about 30 minutes. It kicked me out completely. I could not get back in.
So I don't know what the issue was, but as soon as I saw your email, Carol was already on it.
I think Mr. Kasparitz did it.
I'll take the blame.
I think that's fair. I think
no more
that's
multitasking.
Fair, all right, I'll check in with Carol.
While we're waiting, Madam Chairman, I've got a question that might maybe we could address. the equity score piece of the scoring process, do we assume like ridership demand across this whole thing? You know, I guess what I'm suggesting is certainly in Hampton Roads, transit is more, it's certainly more available or should be more available to people who need it more in terms of not being able to afford vehicles or whatever.
Excuse me,
So,
I want to give you a quick update. They are working on the meeting. I do want you to know that this is live. And so everything is continuing to be streamed. We're just trying to get the program back. So
understand.
just to make everybody aware of where we are. I'm going to step out of this for a moment and see if I can be of any of assistance, which I'm sure most of you know that probably won't happen. But anyway, I'll be back soon.
Jennifer?
Yes, sir, Mr. Smoot. I believe that was you.
Yes, thank you. What is the definition of equity in the sense applied here?
That's a great question, Mr. Smoot. In terms of equity, our metrics that we've used is looking at the minority population served, which would be the percentage of population which identifies as non-white within 3 miles of a bus stop or a proposed stop. So we are looking at that on the end of the trip where that trip would begin, so the home base. And then we would use the same type of metric for low-income population, where we would be looking at the percentage of population below the federal poverty line within 3 miles of a proposed stop.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Jennifer, this is Steve.
I wanted to go back and touch on Mr. Miller's question as well. We are looking at a range of different performance metrics. In addition to equity, we are looking at productivity, which looks at ridership. So that's why you see those 3 metrics and how different routes score for the different metrics. So we're trying to balance that across the different options that we're looking at with this particular study.
Jennifer,
this is Steve Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, if I may, I've received probably 8 or 10 emails in the last 2 weeks from people who are interested in the overall project involving the 495 bridge construction and its interplay, if you will, into Virginia and Maryland. And the basic thought process that they've brought forward is, what is the schedule, so to speak, for the construction, if you will, in Virginia and timing into Maryland?
Mr. Johnson, this is Shannon. We will be happy to come back and we'll answer that question. I think for right now, it is 11:14. I think the most efficient thing to do, because it appears this won't be a very quick fix. Why don't we break for lunch at this point? We can come back, Mr. Brule, to your presentation. Mr. Rucker, are you at school right now? I know that sometimes it takes a little bit for you to grab lunch. Is 30 minutes long enough?
30 minutes is sufficient. And yes, I'm in my office. And yes, this time I brought lunch.
So why don't we just take this 30 minutes? Everybody can take a break. It'll allow the team to work on this and then we'll be back. So I'll see you at 11:45.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol.
You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. Do we have everyone here?
Important people are here.
We'll just wait a few minutes. Is Commissioner Britt on?
Secretary, yes, I am.
Okay. While we're waiting for everyone to get on, I may give you a 30-second phone call.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, Carol, we're going to proceed. Mr. Brule, you are still there?
Yes, ma'am, I am still here.
Okay. We suspended for a moment, and Carol, thank you for managing us through all the technical challenges. Just as Mr. Johnson had posed a question, and Mr. Johnson, I said we would get back to you, but I thought it was really the perfect time to ask Commissioner Britch to just give us an update on where we are with our partnership with Maryland.
Secretary, I think I can answer a couple items that came up in that conversation. Certainly, the Project Next, just from a schedule standpoint with Project Next, we're on schedule to be able to have the project go to commercial close this summer and commercial close next summer, which is July of 2021, and financial close in October of 2021. Based upon our schedule for that, we anticipate that we would have a shovel in the ground in 2021 and being able to bring that project to a successful completion no later than 2024. To answer the question with where are we with Maryland, we're having very good conversations with my counterpart, Tim Smith, who's the director or the state highway administrator. And we're advancing our working relationship with Maryland to be able to make sure that what we're building in Virginia will be able to accommodate the activities or anticipated work coming from Maryland. Maryland's Express Lane project, as a schedule basis, has them going to a financial close in late 22, which will then start them into the construction phase, beginning construction in 23. And according to their schedule, would be completed sometime in 27. That's all predicated on making sure that their environmental review processes continue to advance at the schedules that are there. And we're hopeful that they do progress at that stage. But there are a lot of, we continue to have almost weekly meetings with Maryland to be able to advance the Capital Beltway Accord. They have been very fruitful in the last several weeks, and we continue to advance, I believe, a better understanding of the timing and the schedule for both projects and making sure that there is no overlap. And I do believe that Project Next, based upon this schedule, will already be in place and be ready for the work that Maryland anticipates to start on the American Legion Bridge. So we should be out of the area and allowing their contractor unfettered access to the George Washington Memorial Parkway and points further north for them to accommodate their first phase of their Express Lane project.
So thank you for that. And for members of the board and Mr. Merrill, it's hard to believe it was in November of 2019 that Governor Northam and Governor Hogan signed this Capital Beltway Accord. And it was to address the American Legion Bridge, which, has been beyond capacity for probably more than 40 years. And so we are working on addressing the bridge and creating an express lane network across the Potomac that connects with our project next and goes up into Maryland for us to approximately River Road, and trying to create a true regional network in Northern Virginia and the greater Washington area as well. It's a very, very important project. The governors have agreed to the principles of this. Commissioner Bridge is working with his counterparts. I have had in recent weeks the opportunity to be with Secretary Greg Slater from Maryland. And he has reiterated their commitment to moving this project, as have we. And this update that Jennifer DeBrule is bringing to us this morning is a very important addendum to all of this. When the project agreement, when the principles and agreement was signed in November, it was the very next month that I called Secretary Slater to see if Maryland and Virginia could work on a transit multimodal study, which he agreed to immediately. Director Mitchell and Jennifer DeBrule have all been working on this. It's been a really good working relationship and partnership with Maryland. So we should, I think, Jennifer, have recommendations coming in January. And in addition to that, as we're working through Project Next, we've been receiving a number of comments. I really want to thank Chief Deputy Commissioner Rob Carey. He has been a liaison with my office regarding all the recommendations and input that we're receiving. But just in recent weeks, I sent a letter up to Chairman Jeff McKay stating my commitment to ensure that transit is a part of Project Next, even as we move towards the American Legion Bridge. That the most important aspect, or one of the most important aspects to me, from express lanes, and by the end of 22, we're anticipating having 90 miles of connected, uninterrupted express lanes in Northern Virginia, is the fact that that opens the door to toll-free, reliable transportation for transit, buses, van pools, car pools. They have toll-free access and dependability of that network. And so for me, the partnership between developing these 90 miles of express lanes and transit, which is such a critical part of our multimodal transport, they go hand in hand. So we've sent that off to Chairman McKay and the Fairfax County Board. I've asked our teams within VDOT to work with the Fairfax County staff to determine, what that exactly will look like. But from our perspective, we believe that it is a critical component of pulling this all together. So Jennifer, no stress in getting all this work done. But I really think it's important that the ultimate goal is a multimodal platform in Northern Virginia. And quite frankly, that perspective, I believe, is important across Virginia. So to the point where we can.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you and the Commissioner for your thoughts and ideas and updates and support for this very important project. It's a massive undertaking. And again, just appreciate your thoughts.
It's been quite a year, Mr. Johnson.
To say the least.
I will say. So Jennifer, did you have more on your presentation today?
There's one more slide that I would like to emphasize because I think it ties together what you and the Commissioner just provided. So if I could get the WebEx moderator to go to slide 17, and then I'll finish it up with that one. So what I wanted to finish with is we've gone through a very deliberate process in developing and evaluating potential recommendations. We have been working with our stakeholders. We've engaged the public through surveys. We have had one public meeting. We have another public meeting coming. But we're really at that key point in the process where we're going to take the modeling and the results of looking at these different transit routes. We're going to layer those routes together in different combinations to come up with a series of investment packages that look at different timeframes for implementation and different levels of investment. And I think that is what will feed into the process with the roadway projects going forward. And so it's really important that we be very deliberate in making those recommendations, that it's based on very sound and iterative modeling. And so that's where we are right now. We are really, really close to that being finished, looking forward to releasing those recommendations, including some different investment packages and scenarios later this month for public comment, and look forward to receiving those public comments as we look to complete the study early next year.
Madam Secretary, this is Cedric. When is that next public meeting? You talked about the public comments, because I think, as Mr. Johnson indicated, several of us have received the mails from constituents in that area who have some concerns.
So we anticipate opening our public comment period next week. That will be at least a 45-day formal public comment period. We'll do press releases and everything to get the word out as broadly as we can. The tentative date for the public meeting is January 12th. That would be from 7 to 9 p.m. We're working with, particularly with our partners in Fairfax County, to make sure that that date works for everybody that's interested, but that is our tentative date at this point.
Thank you kindly.
Right. Well, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any further questions or turn it over to Rob if he has anything to add from the high.
Yes, I was just talking to myself. I was going to say Rob Carey, Chief Deputy Commissioner, who has accepted the assignment of being a direct liaison with my office on this project. Rob, could you speak to the outreach that has been taking place in Northern Virginia regarding this project?
Yeah, absolutely, Secretary. And to all the board members, I know that many of you have received some input letters and emails from various members of the public about this project. And so what I want to do is just share with you, it's a lot of data really around what we've done. We started out this project back in April of 2018, but where we really got in the public involvement phase was we had a couple of public information meetings back in June of 18, where we had in one meeting 76 people attending, another 225 people attending. Those were followed by what was supposed to be in-person public hearings in March, but due to COVID, those had to be put off because we could not safely get together. However, I do want to stress that all the information on the project was available in public buildings, libraries, VDOT's district office, and so forth, and online for everybody since March. Now, some of those buildings closed in the interim, but opened back up. So before our public hearings that were held in October. But that information really in the comment period was open from February all the way until December the 4th. So there's been a lot of opportunity for that public input. We had 2 virtual question and answer sessions before the public hearing, where one had 96 participants, one had 214. Those meetings were recorded on YouTube. The second session on YouTube had 67, where we had 67 participants. We had 103 views of that meeting online as well. So really what I want to stress with you is how well I think we've worked through the pandemic challenges to make sure that people had lots of opportunities for input. So then on October 5th, we did a virtual public meeting, a virtual public hearing, I should say, to actually hold the hearing that was scheduled for March. So in October, early October, we reached 180 participants, including state and local elected officials. That as well was recorded on YouTube and was viewed 49 times as of the day before yesterday. And we also hosted an in-person public hearing on October 8th at the McLean Community Center, and that was attended by 25 people. We actually had as many people as signed up to attend. We actually had some empty spots. We accommodated anyone who was interested in coming out in person. We promoted those. This is another key fact. I want to make sure that you know how we've done to promote these things. We have used traditional print advertising and targeted local newspapers, including Spanish language newspapers, 30 days before the hearing, and again, 5 to 12 days prior to the hearing. We direct mailed postcards about the hearings to 9,345 residential and business addresses within the study area 30 days in advance. That was the 4th project direct mail postcard since 2018. We sent letters to elected officials and partnering agencies, and we, of course, posted those notices in courthouse and public places and buildings. We did press releases that were distributed to a stakeholder list of more than 700 individuals. And then on social media, we used Northern Virginia's Twitter presence, which actually, just for a point of interest, is 38,353 subscribers that could see that messaging on the public meetings. And then we did geo-targeted social media ads on Facebook and Instagram that reached 36,223 people as well. Following the public hearing, the comment period was supposed to end on October 23rd. We extended that to December 4th, really to have the opportunity to do more engagement with the homeowners associations, other groups, Fairfax County, elected officials. We also partnered, as really tying in with what Jennifer DeBrule just presented on the transit study, we partnered with them and did a public information meeting on November the 8th to share those preliminary findings of the transit study, but also for VDOT to talk some more about our project. We had 65 people in attendance, and that was recorded on YouTube as well. We had 22 people view the meeting on YouTube in addition to the WebEx that we did. And then since then, we have had 176 times that YouTube video has been viewed. And we promoted that meeting through social media and stakeholder outreach with geotag Facebook ads reaching 72,958 people. So I would just say that through all this, we've had the public meetings, we've had public hearings, we've had the virtual public question and answer sessions, 2 public hearings, 1 in person, 1 virtual, 4 stakeholder technical advisory group meetings, 24 meetings with officials, including 8 meetings with Fairfax County supervisors, 3 meetings with, 8 with John Faust, who is the supervisor representing that specific area, 3 with the Providence District Supervisor, a briefing with Chairman McKay with Fairfax County. We went and briefed the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee during this time as well, and have had extensive outreach with Delegate Murphy, Senator Favola. I know that Delegate Keem has also attended some of the meetings that we've had online. We've had 20 meetings since the public hearing until now with homeowners and community associations. And I will say, following our last meeting, I think it's indicative of what we're really striving to do. We met with a homeowners association last week, and following that meeting the next day, our project manager received an email from the president of that homeowners association. I'll quote him. He said, "We cannot begin to thank you enough for all of your explanations and educational responses. You and the rest of the VDOT team exemplify professionalism in every sense of the word." So that's high praises for the work that the team in Northern Virginia has done to outreach to the various constituencies. We have a project website, 495northernextension.org. That's 495northernextension.org. That was launched on June the 7th of 2018, has attracted 20,408 users and 61,000 page views as of December 7th. In 2020 alone, the website attracted 13,000 users and 35,000 page views. So all that said, really just wanted to say how much we have been reaching out on this. it has, without a doubt, there are challenges in a pandemic time. We all recognize that. But I think that you all can feel comfortable that that information has been out there, and we continue. I should mention, we are continuing to meet with some of those homeowner association groups after the official public comment period ended, because we want to make sure that there were questions that they brought up in their meetings. We've got one group that we're going to meet with coming up on the 18th of this month. Again, just continuous follow-up, and just because the public hearing comment period closed on the NEPA document, we will continue to do that throughout the development of this project. So I just wanted to say, I mean, I appreciate Secretary Valentine giving me the opportunity to be part of that and to represent her at those meetings, and I want all of you to know that I am working diligently to keep the Secretary continuously updated on all of the feedback that we're receiving, both from the elected officials at the county and state level, but also with those, and most importantly, because she hears from them generally anyway, but the neighborhood groups and the citizens who are directly impacted by the project, whether they live next to it or they drive through it. We want to make sure that their voices are heard throughout. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say for the board, that's the edited version. Really, the point is that, you know, the team on all of our projects, the amount of time and effort that is given to public input, because why are we doing this? And the input and the concerns and the recommendations that come from the citizens and business community in Virginia are very, very important to us. And so we take all of them very seriously. Rob will tell you, everything is considered, and we work hard to incorporate as many as we can. Rob, as you can see, has done an excellent job. Commissioner Bridge, with his leadership, Jen Jabril and Director Mitchell from DRPT, all working hand in hand. I would like to thank District Engineer Helen Cuervo in Northern Virginia and our mega project manager, Susan Shaw, for all the work that they have put into this and the team behind them. But it's not ending. It's not over. We continue every day to work on this. In fact, I think there were 2 meetings on this yesterday. It is an ongoing process as we move forward with Project Next and with the American Legion Bridge, with the Capitol Beltway Accord. So it is a full team effort, and I did want the board to be aware of that aspect and what has been done even through COVID. So anyway, anything else?
Secretary, I would just, I do want to thank Jennifer Mitchell and Jennifer DeBrule. We have been really tied at the hip on this thing through their public hearings, public meetings, and we're going to be part of their public meeting on coming up on January 12th, and as it should be, because clearly Northern Virginia transit is a critical element of our multimodal network. You can't just get by with cars. So we have got to make sure these things are perfectly synchronized, and that's exactly what we're working to do.
Yes. So anything else from the board? Well, the good news is I believe Jennifer DeBrule is sticking with us, and she's going to give us an update on WMATA, our mass transit system that we share in a contract with a compact with the federal government, Maryland and DC. So Jennifer, I think this is a really important report. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Valentine. Members of the board, today's presentation is to make a recommendation to you on a few minor changes to our annual reporting requirements for WMATA. If we could go to the next slide, please. So we came to you back in September with our annual review and recommendation for certification of compliance for WMATA. If you recall, we do have by statute, we have a process that we have to go through annually for WMATA to certify their compliance with applicable law, and then we at DRPT, along with the Attorney General's office, do a review of those certifications to make sure that they're consistent with law and with the CTB policy as it pertains to their board governance, their adherence to limitations on their operating assistance, their strategic planning, and also the development of their capital improvement program. Next slide, please. So the CTV policy that sets out the parameters for this review was adopted by the board back in September of 2018. The policy does state that the board will consider revisions or updates to that policy every 2 years. So we are right on schedule for that biennial review. There are 3 actions from the 2020 General Assembly that also require a review of the policy. The first is House Bill 1586 that provided that increases in service that were approved by the WMATA board shall not be included in the calculation of the 3% cap on Virginia's operating subsidy. There was budget language that directed the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission to convene a work group to look at the impact of that 3% cap, which I'll talk about more in a minute. And we also had Senate Bill 848, which changed the due date of the annual report on the condition and performance of WMATA that is required of the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. That due date was changed from November 1st to December 15th to address some issues with availability of data after the close of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. So I want to touch briefly on the NVTC 3% working group. As I mentioned on the earlier slide, the General Assembly did direct the chair of NVTC to convene a working group to talk about the effectiveness of this 3% cap on WMATA's operating expenses and to make recommendations for any changes legislatively or to determine if additional exceptions were warranted. The working group itself consisted of the director of DRPT, local transportation directors, and some representatives of the private sector. NVTC has completed their report and they submitted it to the General Assembly on November the 10th. Next slide, please. So in terms of recommendations, the NVTC working group did recommend that no changes be made to the existing legislation around the 3% cap and that no additional items should be excluded from that calculation at this time. They went further to emphasize that no legislative changes should be considered before the cap has been in place for 5 WMATA budget development cycles. Certainly the process that WMATA has gone through for the current fiscal year and the one that's in front of us have been certainly extraordinary. The group did recommend some minor updates to the CTV policy to clarify exclusions related to legal expenses. There is a language in the CTV policy that excludes certain legal expenses from the calculation, but the work group did recommend some minor changes to that language. And also NVTC, as they have since the 3% cap legislation went in place, they will continue to evaluate that impact as part of their regular reviews of WMATA. Next slide, please. So in terms of policy updates, the process itself has only been in place for a couple of years. We have not seen any major issues or nor has the board, have we recommended to the board that any funding be withheld due to non-compliance. So the process itself appears to be working well, but we do have a few recommended policy updates. You have in your package today a red line of the current CTV policy with these proposed changes. We are recommending the 2 modifications that would be required by legislative change. So we have inserted the language from the House bill that to clarify that service increases that are approved by the WMATA board would be excluded from the calculation of the 3% cap on operating assistance. And we also have modified the language relative to the due date for the NVTC annual review on the condition and performance of WMATA. The CTV policy does provide that that be presented to the board. That was done electronically last year, but that due date for NVTC to provide you with that report has changed from November 1st to December 15th. We also are recommending a couple of modifications for clarification. At the request of NVTC, we are adding language to clarify that the exclusion for legal expenses does not include an exclusion for the day-to-day operational cost of WMATA's legal department. That has come up as a question during the first couple years of this review and certification process, but we've worked it out administratively, but the addition of that language there helps clarify and amplify that requirement into the future. We also added language to clarify that the policy will be reviewed at least every 2 years. We do anticipate maintaining the 2-year cycle, but we put in that language just in order to, address any changes that may come up through the course of these reviews as we continue this process going forward. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, you will receive from NVTC the submission of their annual report that will be submitted by December 15th. Their commission did review and approve that annual report at their commission meeting last week. In January, we will bring the modified CTV policy back to you for approval at that point in time. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brohl. I really appreciate this. I'm sure all of you have been reading about the financial situation with WMATA in DC, well, in our greater Washington area. It's certainly very serious. I have Paul Wiedefield, who's chair of the board, and one of our Virginia representatives on WMATA, along with Supervisor Matt Letourneau. I've had a chance to just be on a call with Matt Letourneau recently, but I did speak directly with Paul. Did I say Wiedefield? Paul Smedberg, our rep, chair of the WMATA board, and just listening to what Metro is going to have to take on. Right now, they're looking at about a $500 million reduction in FY22, and it's resulting in station closures, reduction of service, nearly 4,000 layoffs. And so it is serious. Jennifer Mitchell, Director Mitchell, are you here? Is there anything else you might want to add to this?
No, well, yes, I am here. And, there has been substantial coverage about the WMATA budget concerns for FY22. They are projecting that ridership on Metro Rail would come back to about 34%, which is of their pre-COVID levels, and which does result in that $500 million gap in their budget. There was substantial discussion about this issue at NVTC, the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, last Thursday night. I know that the localities that are part of NVTC and are part of the funding jurisdictions for WMATA are paying close attention to what this is going to mean for their budgets as well. And so that'll continue to get hammered out over the next couple of months in coordination with the WMATA board and also with our partners in DC and Maryland as well. There has been some discussion on Capitol Hill about transit system relief being part of a federal CARES Act or new pandemic relief funding, should that go into place. So we're also watching that very closely as well.
Just thanking our senators, Kane and Warner. I know they're working very hard on this. Senator Warner's part of the bipartisan, bicameral group of legislators who've come together to try to put a compromise package together. And so we're very hopeful and really praying that it goes through. Just let them know that they have all our support at this time. So with that, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, Laura Farmer. I probably surprised you. How about Jeremy Latimer first? You know, I recognize when there's a long pause and a silence that maybe I had made a mistake. But Jeremy, we're so happy to have you.
Happy to be here, and I'm gonna turn off my video in case it causes a streaming problem. I was having problems this morning. So I have a rail industrial access application to present. Tucker Timber in the town of Keysville. Next slide. This is in the South Side, Virginia, located on the Buckingham branch, which I will discuss in just a second. Next slide. So you can see their site is located right next to the Buckingham branch, and there is a proposal for a new spur if they get this grant. And this is known as the Virginia Southern Division portion of the Buckingham Branch Railroad. This is one that we have invested in through our rail preservation program. So we have saved service on this line, and it is nice to see some businesses looking to take advantage of that. Next slide. So Tucker Timber they produce railroad cross ties. They're one of the largest producers in the East, in addition to some other lumber products. They would be expanding their facility in the town of Keysville with the rail service to serve new markets in the Midwest with competitive costs. The company, has been working with VEDP. This is not a case where they were necessarily going to expand or move. However, in 2019, when we changed or tweaked some of the policies of the Rail Industrial Access Program, it's intended to allow widespread use of the program, which is language in the code. And so this is an example of a small family-owned business utilizing the fund. Previously, without a larger capital investment, they would not have been eligible. The project would secure employment for up to 40 employees and add an additional 2 employees. Next slide. They currently have a makeshift loading situation on the Buckingham Branch main line. So this is not sustainable for the Buckingham Branch Railroad or for the company at this time. This grant would offset the significant upfront cost of rail for a small business and would build on our partnership with the Buckingham Branch Railroad to secure the Virginia Southern Division as a viable line. Next slide. The application is for $422,000. Total capital investment would be just over $600,000, which is the total estimated cost of the spur. The applicant would be required to provide a 30% match. So wherever the final cost falls, they have to provide 30% match, and we would not provide more than $422,000. Next slide. They scored 53 of 100 points. They are committing to 201 new rail cars annually. They would have to achieve a minimum of 101 new rail cars to maintain that above 50 point score. They would be adding 2 new jobs. Again, this supports the existing 40 jobs. While there's no major capital expansion of the existing facility, they would be reopening one of 3 sawmills at the location. One of them had been shuttered, and 14% of their outbound shipments would be by rail. Next slide, and I can take any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Secretary, this is Carlos. Just to be clear, here there will only be 2 additional jobs created. Was there a threat of the facility moving absent this grant being made?
No, there was no threat of them moving. However, in order to expand their service line, they would need.
Oh, Madam Secretary.
I had one more, Mr. Dodson.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Carlos.
The other question is, so
Excuse me, everybody, if you will please just mute your line until you speak. And Mr. Dodson, I know you're up next. Thank you.
My only other question was, so did we have some kind of assessment on as to the net economic impact of, what does this investment yield? I mean, usually when we're looking at these, we're discussing more significant job creation. So if we're not going to see more significant real term job creation? Is there, for example, a net, tax benefit to the locality, or is there some kind of economic impact assessment that you can share with us?
Sure. I think this is probably a good discussion to reiterate. The intention of this program is truck diversion or mode shift. So the intention of the program is not necessarily job creation. There are other programs when they coordinate with Virginia Economic Development Partnership that the reason we require that before the application is to ensure that VEDP is doing their role on that front. Our program is intended for offsetting that upfront cost of rail and shifting potential truck traffic to the railways instead of the highways.
So Jeremy, would you just remind everyone, what is the projection on the removable trucks for this segment by doing this?
Sure. So we have done some studies in Virginia to show that each rail car on average is about 3.4 trucks removed from the highway system. And so with 200 rail cars annually, we're looking at just under 1,000 rail car or trucks diverted from this one company annually.
For that. Any other comments from the board?
Madam Secretary, it's Bart Dodson.
Oh, Mr. Dodson, I already said you were up. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Jeremy and I met with individuals a couple months ago in Keysville. It's a second generation enterprise. The gentleman took it over. Mr. Tucker really expanded the market in relation to going down to Carolina, different parts of Virginia. Basically, they have a front end loader type of equipment that picks up the ties, goes down a path, and then what happens, loads it up on the rail car. Jeremy, I cannot remember, but I think every rail car, I think it's what, $70,000 worth of product. Was that the right figure on every rail car as far as the ties? Was that the right figure or not?
I would have to go back and look, but I can get that from Buckingham.
Yeah. So it was very intensive, and what they want to do is expand more of their market and eliminate basically the front end loader just transporting the ties from the mill to the rail spur. They've already, I believe Jeremy sent pictures to me a week or so ago. I think they've already taken out part of that hill that was in between the mill and the rail spur. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And to Carlos's idea, I say it was only 2 jobs, but what happens is that area in Charlotte County, obviously around 12,000 residents altogether. It's a pretty depressed area as far as the economy is concerned. And I think what happens, you would save, maybe add there 2 jobs, we would save 40 jobs too. It's a very competitive market. And I would believe that it's a real step up in relation to the viability of a small community. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
No, thank you. That perspective is really important. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Miller.
So I want to get my brain wrapped around this because I've heard some different things. Jeremy, help me with this. First, I heard that this would take some trucks off the road based on the expansion of what they're currently doing, not based on what they're currently doing, but the expansion of that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I want to make sure I answer you correctly. This would allow their business to expand and reach markets further away.
So if we didn't do this, then they wouldn't expand?
They would not be as competitive in pricing because the truck mode would not serve them well in order to provide that so far. The traffic rail is more competitive over long distances.
So it's allowing them to be more efficient in their expansion. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
But they would expand anyway. So are you suggesting that this just makes it better and more competitive? Is that correct?
Without the rail service, they would not be able to expand to reach the Midwest markets. Like they are currently using the picture. If you want to go back a couple of slides to the picture, they have the setup with the Buckingham Branch Railroad to utilize rail service to reach customers, and they want to grow that customer base, and rail is an integral part of that.
I understand that, but you've told me I've heard two different things you've said. First, you told me, I think I heard you say that if they didn't do this, they'd expand, but they wouldn't be as competitive. Then you said they wouldn't expand. So I'm trying to get it, which one you think it is.
Sure. I guess, let me try and bundle this up, that without rail service, the expansion plans are not on the horizon. They are currently using the rail service in order to provide service to customers beyond the region. So if rail service was to cease, if they're in a situation where they continue to operate, or Buckingham Branch cannot continue to provide them service because of the setup that they're currently under, then they would potentially lose some business. It's a bit of a fluid situation.
Jeremy, what I'm troubled by, and you know I have some issues with this program because I don't think it necessarily gets us where we want to go, but it's legislative. We didn't create it, and we're not going to change it. Only the legislature is going to do that. But so what we're saying basically is we're giving them an economic development. That's really what we're saying, because if we don't give it to them, there are no more trucks on the roads. We're not keeping any trucks off the road by giving it to them. By giving it to them, we're expanding their business, and the net new trucks on the road stays the same. And you know, so I don't believe it's really a truck diversion grant. I think it's really an economic development grant. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it under that basis, but that's how it appears to me, based on what you've told us.
Madam Secretary, this is Bart again.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. I think Jeremy could find that information there, Shep. I think what happens too, and I don't remember exactly, but the piece of equipment that he is using to transport those tires from the mill to the rail opportunities now, I think that one piece of equipment is like $2 million, that one piece of equipment. And Jeremy, you can check to be sure. It could have been $1.5 million or 1.7 million. I can't remember the exact figure, right? You know, I have the notes in front of me. And Jeremy, you can find that out from them if you want to share with the board, because obviously we'll be voting on this, I imagine, at the next meeting. So I think what happens is that, you know, it's costing him a lot of money for that one piece of equipment for it's a small family open operation. And by having the rail spur closer, you know, to the mill, then it'll save him, you know, the cost of that one piece of equipment and any repairs associated with it. I mean, the tires were, I think, $100,000 a piece. So I don't know exactly what it was, but it was a monster price when we met with him a couple months ago. And to piggyback what you said, Shep, it's like more of an economic development rather than possibly taking more vehicles off the trucks off the road.
Jeremy, I'm going to ask you to follow up with something. For the board's knowledge, JLARC, which is a study arm of the General Assembly, did look at all of the economic development programs across Virginia, and 3 fell within transportation, 1 being this program. This program actually performed well from an economic development perspective. In fact, part of what I was trying to present to the study group was that transportation incentive programs like this one have more than just job creation as a result. And, you know, what does taking 1,000 trucks off the roads mean? What does it mean not to have them on the system? What does it mean in terms of business expansion and tax revenue and in maintenance, just maintenance of roadway. I think that I'm going to ask Director Mitchell to work with your team and Mike McLaughlin, Chief of Rail. I think the study actually gives us a platform from which to do a more thorough analysis of these projects. I know Mr. Williams and Mr. Miller have always questioned whether or not this belongs in transportation. And I think, you know, rather than just continuing to do this, to really bring back to the board what the impact of these decisions really are. So anyway, Director Mitchell, I think that would be helpful from a board perspective.
Madam Secretary.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And excuse me, I was just going to mention as well that the JLARC report also did really cite the fact that we use very quantitative metrics in evaluating these projects. In addition to jobs, we do look at the carloads, obviously. And so that was something that they mentioned that in a good way, that we've done a good job of implementing a evaluation and rating process for these applications.
Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Yeah, I know we don't track it, but there would be a carbon offset associated with this type of project as well. That although it's not tracked, it would be meaningful at 1,000 trucks.
You know, that is so important. Actually, and that was on the list, Mr. Kasowitz, the environmental impact as well. So anyway, Jennifer, I think this is just a great opportunity to really look at what are the impact of awarding these funds. So, okay.
Secretary, this is Bert again. One additional question. I know we move on. Can I suggest that maybe we come back to the board in January with some more information that we can gather and have this at a work session, and then don't worry about the action meeting and until we have another work session on this. It'll be real brief. But a lot of the information I shared with you is verbal, but I think between Jeremy and I, we can talk to the individual and get a lot more definite information and some pictures. More pictures about the site too, because I know they've done additional work since we met with them a couple months ago.
So, Mr. Dotson, that's a great idea. Let's, I'll work with Jeremy about the timing of this. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
Sometimes the timing of the award's important, but yes, we will find a way to do that.
Thank you, ma'am.
And a really, really great suggestion. So
Yeah,
thank you for that.
Secretary, this is Carlos again, and I just wanted to say my questions were more so to pull out some of that data that we're talking about presenting. I just think that if we're going to make an allocation for a very discrete community or discrete business, we need to make sure that we share, you know, the rationale and what the benefit is to the broader Commonwealth. So, for example, the trucks off the road, the carbon offsets, all those things. I think we need to just make sure we highlight those as those who are watching might, you know, have concerns in light of the fact that we're under certain constraints right now.
That is just such a great point. You know, even though the code doesn't require certain things, I think having that information, which I know we have, but it just, you know, developing it and presenting it, I think is also really helpful. So,
Madam Secretary.
Jeremy, thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, I just had a question and a comment. You know, the earlier conversation we had about the criteria on the American Bridge about productivity, equity, and connectivity. And I recognize I'm new to the board, but has there been any consideration about impact on moving to renewable sources of energy? Because as you read, you know, Governor Northam's goal to reduce our carbon footprint, obviously President-elect Biden has a very ambitious plan. Is there something that we should we start to think about that as one of the criteria as we look at projects, wrapping up some of the conversation we had today about carbon footprint and reducing trucks versus rail, those types of criteria?
I will say, really excellent point. in SMARTSCALE, as we're choosing projects, there is an environmental factor that's considered for every project. We have also established an environmental subcommittee of the CTB that's actually chaired by Chief Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Rob Carey. We are really trying to build into transportation decisions, you know, resiliency, looking at greenhouse gas emissions, and stewardship in general, trying to be, you know, Commissioner, I may plagiarize this from you on a different point, but it's moving from compliance to commitment. And we are trying to build this in. I will say that sometimes with rail, we often take for granted the aspect of the environmental impacts because we're moving cars and trucks off the road, but we can actually calculate for you what that impact is. I think it is much more a matter of communication in some point, in some aspects when it comes to rail. But, you know, just in the omnibus bill that passed in the 2020 General Assembly session, a group which included the Virginia Transit Association, Virginians for High-Speed Rail, as well as the Virginia Transportation Construction Alliance, estimated that implementing this multimodal program, this Commonwealth Transportation Fund that passed in January, would eliminate 43,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas every year once we're able to implement it. So I think building that kind of reporting in is really important. So I will say, Mr. Merrill, that your comment is important and is reinforcing where we're trying to go. Okay, anybody else? Okay, with this, let's see. Now we have Laura Farmer.
Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I've come to you the last two meetings with updates on the assumptions related to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, our financial plan, and the budgets. I provided draft budgets in October for your review. This presentation will just highlight a couple of changes that have been made in the recommendations since that draft was provided. You also have a resolution in your package for action today to adopt budgets for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, for VDOT, and for DRPT. Next slide, please. So in summary, as I've told you a couple of times now, this update includes all the legislative changes that happened during session. It layers in the interim state revenue update we received in August, and it also includes the flexibility that was granted in the biennial budget action from the special session that just wrapped up a couple weeks ago. This update includes the major updates that were made, as the Secretary just mentioned, related to creating the Commonwealth Transportation Fund and the new streamlined distribution of revenue that included. Next slide. There's some minor changes related to revenue, mainly due to changes for our toll facilities that I'll get into in a subsequent slide. And just a reminder that these assumptions include the reallocation of prior year revenue for funds that were dedicated to revenue sharing, totaling $495 million. Details of those adjustments are included in Kim Pryor's presentation that you'll hear later today. Next slide, please. Highlighted in the green font in this table, those represent the changes since you saw this slide in October and November. The final recommendations include reflecting funding with rail and public transportation that was formerly reported with construction. That's just the nature of adopting or moving forward with recommendations to adopt a set of assumptions related to the 6-year program and projects that belong with rail and public transportation. Additionally, there's a reduction in the toll programs that reflects assumptions that we've made based on current year performance. Next slide, please. And this is a summary of the recommended VDOT budget for fiscal year 2021. Again, the green highlighted fonts represent changes since this information was presented previously. The federal funding and associated match that goes with CMAQ, as well as regional STP dollars that have been allocated to projects with DRPT, has been reflected as a shift from construction programs to support to DRPT and Virginia Passenger Rail Authority on the line at the bottom of the table. And secondly, the Commonwealth toll facilities has been modified to reduce our toll revenue expectations for 66 express lanes. That facility through October has experienced reductions of just over 70% in terms of revenue. And so without any additional information about the remainder of the year, we've tried to right size expectations with regard to spending for the facility and reviewing its ongoing commitments. We've also made adjustments for 64 express lanes. There is a traffic impact there too, but we also have some increased expectations to close out issues with the contractor that have been open since we opened the facility. And so there's a little bit of a need for increased spending there, but we're using prior year revenues that are currently in the fund balance. That highlights the changes that have been made since October. You'll hear more about the 6-year program with Kim Pryor's presentation. I would just like to wrap up by saying I really want to thank my staff and the support that we've received from the districts and our central office divisions over these 9 months of change in a very unique circumstance and unprecedented conditions with regard to a budget. Never did I imagine the first budget for the year we'd be considering for adoption in December. So we thank you for the support that you've given us, and I just appreciate the support I've gotten within the agency. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Laura, I really, really want to thank you for managing this within VDOT and really helping us manage the financial implications across the entire Secretariat. So you and your team have taken on a tremendous job and have done it exceptionally. So any questions for Laura? Okay. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Steve Pitter for DRPT.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Just make sure everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. So today, I just wanted to, we wanted to bring to you for the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority a short presentation. And the main goal of the presentation is, one, to inform you on our path with respect to operating and capital budgets for the rail authority. And then number two, and probably the primary goal of this presentation, is to elicit feedback from you as a board, both today, in the coming weeks, and then also in February and March, April timeframe on the actual format and content of those budget documents, which is you see in the next slide. This is the legislation, part of the legislation with respect to the rail authority, and it talks about the annual budget. And there's and I don't want to read it to you, but there's a small piece here, which actually prescribes in the code that the Transportation Board can prescribe the format and content of the budget document. And so the purpose here today is to start that conversation, give you an idea of what we're planning to bring. Next slide, please. And what that code section says, and try to sum it up, by February 1st of each year, the rail authority has to bring the 2 budget documents to you. And the plan for this year will be to bring those documents and then in February give you a detailed presentation of what's in the document. Then by May 30th of each year, the CTB has until that time to approve or deny any capital expenditures that are in the budget. And as I mentioned, the code section also gives you all the authority to prescribe format and content of the operating budget. Next slide. So on the operating budget, the basic assumptions, and let me add here, we have had a rail authority board meeting. We have designated a treasurer of one of the board members who is a chief financial officer at the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts. Hussein Sadid is his name. And Director Mitchell and myself met with Mr. Sadid, and we went through our plan, and the three of us together culminated with this process we're going to undertake. So that being said, on the operating budget side, we are going to include, it's a one-year operating budget, but we're also going to include an estimate for FY21. As Laura was saying, it's been a challenging year, and the Rail Authority was created in the last General Assembly session with an effective start date on July 1st. So there wasn't a lot of time to meet all the prescribed budgeting requirements that are in the code for the current year. So we are going to include that estimate to at least have a comparison, even though it will be significantly different. It will be based on anticipated expenditures using an accrual basis, which is the basis prescribed in the code section for the accounting treatment for the Passenger Rail Authority. Obviously, being the first year of operation will be a zero-based budget. And then on the operating side, there's two main elements. There's typical administrative budget, and then there's also one of the core functions of the Rail Authority itself is not to actually run the trains, but to contract out those operations of the state-supported intercity passenger rail. Next slide, please. So this is just, I think y'all have seen this a number of times, but it's just a graphical depiction of those state-supported trains. And to me, it is one of the core elements of the Rail Authority. And I think we've been working on a draft budget. We are going to take each of the routes and show their expenditures, both capital maintenance and the typical operating expense, and start with the idea to be down the road to provide a lot more better data than maybe in the past as far as each individual train and its performance. Next slide. And on the administrative budget side, basically going to develop it at the general ledger account level. And we're basically using the same, right now the Passenger Rail Authority is being accounted for on the state's general ledger. Department of Accounts was generous enough to let us continue to use their ledger and their treasury function for this interim startup period. So using the DRPT ledger, eliminating things that didn't make sense and adding in other items, but basically from that ground up, and that's what the little chart here on the right is trying to depict, that there's a great deal of detail in developing an admin budget. And then when we present it, we're going to roll that up rather than talking about 40 or 50 different line items. So like payroll, we're not going to show salaries and then retirement and healthcare. Instead, we're just going to have one line for total payroll. Next slide. On the capital budget side, the basic assumptions, we're going to once again include fiscal year 21 projected expenditures. We're also going to have what we're going to call the budget for FY22, and then a 5-year forecast for FY23 through FY27. So sort of have that 6-year window analogous to the current 6-year program that we function under the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Stay with that process. Once again, based on cash flows, and in this case, cash flows approximating accrual-based expenditures. It will include about 30 projects this year. And that's also any future efforts. Essentially, when the Rail Authority was created, it took 2 existing rail programs and combined them, and as from a funding perspective, and then a lot of the projects that fell under those 2 programs, we have had to divide them as far as which projects stayed at DRPT and which went to the Rail Authority. So there are about 30 projects you'll see. We did make the decision to break it into a capital grants section and a capital projects section. And the main distinction there is who is managing the grants. So capital projects, being Passenger Rail Authority, will actually have a lot more control over the day-to-day building and development of the projects, such as the Transforming Rail Initiative is the primary example there. Whereas capital grants include, making what we have in the past track access grants to Virginia Railway Express, or grants to, I think we have a grant in here to Newport News as far as helping them build a platform and some rail infrastructure for their new station. The other thing I want to note here is we will, it's going to be more of a budget document where we'll have a summary, we'll have typical looking financial type budget documents, and then we will take each individual project and have like a 1-page narrative that will help both you as a board and then also the Passenger Rail Authority Board to hopefully understand the projects better. Next slide. And this is just the next steps. Next Monday, we are going to present the first draft of these budgets to the Passenger Rail Authority Board. Any feedback we receive today or in the coming weeks, try to incorporate that. Then after the board meeting next Monday, work with the VPRA Audit and Budget Committee as well as the board, and then come back in late January to the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority Board and get approval of a document to submit to y'all by February 1st. And as I said earlier, we come back, the plan now is at the February workshop to come back and give y'all a detailed presentation on that budget document. And I believe that's all I have, and I'll open the floor for questions or any feedback.
Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Steve, the program that we just discussed, rail infrastructure enhancements and improvements, is that going to be transferred to the authority, or will that be retained within CTB?
The Rail Industrial Access Program, as we refer to it, will be staying with DRPT.
Okay.
As well as, and I'll add, Commissioner Smoot, as well as any freight-only rail projects, they were staying with DRPT, and the rail planning process will be staying at DRPT.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Pittard. I think you're back with us shortly.
Yes.
So now we have Kim Pryor.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary.
Good afternoon. Okay? I just thought before you proceeded, I just want to remind the board where we are. Back in August, the governor and Secretary Lane presented to the money committees the forecast for Virginia. the forecast for transportation through FY22 was a reduction in revenues through COVID, the implications of COVID, about $870 million. Again, a very significant amount. The most recent round of SMARTSCALE for the entire Commonwealth for 2 years was $850 million. So it is a very significant reduction. And, you know, as other states have looked to, you know, cancel projects and delay them and lay off workers, again, our focus has been on how do we maintain our infrastructure priorities, how do we maintain our workforce, and how do we contribute to economic recovery. In the special session, working with the governor and with the General Assembly, a budget amendment was passed, giving us, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, the flexibility just over the biennium, it's just over 2 years, the flexibility to be able to reallocate our resources. It's a cash management solution so that those programs, those projects that receive funding in the early years of our 6-year improvement program, years 1 and 2, but do not, according to their own schedules, require the funding until the later years, 3, 4, 5, or 6, that we put those dollars to work today. And by doing that and restoring those funds over that 6-year period, which you will see, we are able to maintain our pipeline of projects, secure our workforce, and create, from the transportation sector in Virginia, some stability. And that is what we're really trying to do with this program. It was identified going through this process that there were a number of revenue sharing projects that had monies allocated in the early years, but did not require them until, according to their own schedules, did not require the funding until the outer years. And so much of what Kim is presenting today is a very detailed look at what that means, what that flexibility means over the our planning period. So I put that in perspective of what we are trying to do to mitigate the realities that we face. And I do believe, even with the uncertainty that we have, knowing what we know today, that this is really a good, smart way to manage these revenue reductions. And so, Kim, I forgive me, I know, just reminding the board, Mr. Merrill, being new to the board, I wanted just to remind you what the basis of this presentation is. When we finish today, this presentation will go to the governor and to the chairs of Appropriations and Senate Finance, so that they also have a very detailed reflection of what's taking place. With that, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you for that setup, Madam Secretary. I appreciate it. I'll move quickly through the first few slides since you all have seen much of this content before, but just by way of background, next slide, please. As you're aware, the General Assembly session ended November 9th, and then the governor signed the budget bill November 18th. That approved budget includes certain provisions for flexibilities related to virtual public meetings, the 6-year improvement program, and mitigating impacts of the revenue reductions due to that pandemic. During this unprecedented time, we continue to strive to be as efficient as possible, and our goal continues to be to keep projects moving on time and on budget. Next slide. With regard to the flexibility provided in the budget, the budget allows that the FY20 to 25 6-year program adopted by the board in June of 2019 can essentially be carried forward, if you will, until a new 6-year program is adopted that's based on the official Commonwealth Transportation Fund revenue forecast reflecting the impacts of the pandemic. It also provides that assistance for fiscal year 2021 may be maintained up to the levels allocated in the FY20 to 25 6-year program until a new program is adopted. Third, it permits the board to use previously allocated funds not currently needed to support project delivery to mitigate the impacts from the revenue reductions and replace those allocations in the year needed to support the current project schedule. Next slide. Further, the flexibility language requires that the board take all actions necessary to ensure appropriate debt coverage ratios and to distribute funds to the modal programs and highway maintenance and operating funds in such a manner as to protect core programs, services, and existing projects. Finally, the budget language requires the Secretary to report to the Governor and chairs of the House Appropriations and Senate Finance and Appropriations Committees on the funding actions planned to be taken under this authority, including a listing of the projects and programs impacted, as well as any deviation from the proposed plan. This initial report was provided as required. Today, I will explain some of the deviations from that proposed plan to you. Next slide. As you will recall, the approach for updating the 21 to 26 six-year program is based on three components. The first is to build upon actions approved by you all to date to amend and modify the 20 to 25 six-year program. Second is to execute a targeted approach focused on updating specific funding programs as part of the 21 to 26 update. And then finally, defer certain processes and procedures of a typical program update. Next slide. As we've discussed, the first component really had us updating various federal and state funding programs through amendment and transfer actions approved by this body through November of 2020. We've continued to advance approved projects according to their schedule. Next slide. The second component focused on a targeted approach to updating specific funding programs. Based on this, we are recommending adding new FY21 solicitation cycle selected projects for local and VDOT bridges through the State of Good Repair program. Second, we are recommending awards through the revenue sharing biennial solicitation cycle using allocations in FY25 and 26. Finally, we have implemented an allocation strategy to utilize previously allocated revenue sharing funds not needed to support project delivery to mitigate the impacts of the revenue reduction and replace those allocations in fiscal years 21 through 24 to support the current project schedule. It's important to note that no funding commitments were reduced and no projects were delayed as a part of this allocation restructuring strategy. The biennial solicitation cycle for revenue sharing will continue with awards in the last 2 years using allocations in the last 2 years of the program. Next slide. This slide shows the new State of Good Repair bridges across the state. By district, you can see the number and the value of the VDOT and locality projects. Next slide, please. This slide just summarizes the new revenue sharing project selections that Mr. Dudley spoke to you about earlier today. You can see the number of projects by district as well as the value. That includes both the local and the state match. Next slide. This slide shows the planned actions to be taken related to the allocation restructuring process for revenue sharing. You can see the number of projects planned to be impacted as well as the amount of previous allocations to be provided in a future fiscal year. This was presented to you, of course, back in October based on a snapshot in time. The funding actions that I'm presenting to you today as part of the 6-year program update reflect the numbers on the 2 right columns. You can see the actual number of projects impacted as well as the actual amount to be provided in future fiscal years. I do want to be clear that These funding actions are consistent with the proposed actions previously reported to you. The final actions are related to the same list of projects. No new projects were added. However, we did take time to conduct an in-depth review of each of the identified revenue sharing projects to confirm the available amounts and schedules. This due diligence resulted in minor changes due to additional expenditures, alternative funding, or updated schedules and estimates, which impact the timing requirements for the return of the funding. These changes support our commitment to utilize this flexibility without affecting the funding levels or schedules of any project. I will note that the average change is about a reduction of about $1,100. Next slide, please. The third component to this program update is to defer certain processes and procedures of a typical 6-year program update. We have retained the existing structure of the 20 to 25 program and reflect adjustments to the new transportation funding formula and distribution factors in the 22 to 27 6-year program update. We've deferred adjustments to the I-81 program to reflect adjustments to the revised tax structure and debt financing until the 22 to 27 update as well. And then finally, as you're aware, we've deferred the traditional spring and fall public meetings that we hold in lieu of holding a virtual public hearing last month. And we hope to be back out to each district next year for our traditional spring and fall public meetings as part of the 22 to 27 update. Next slide. There's some minor adjustments that were required for FY21 only to support our FY21 budget posting. For SMARTSCALE programs, we had to reduce the district grant funding by $10 million statewide. We were able to backfill or replace those funds with the new supplemental district grant program funding provided in the omnibus bill. This left a net remaining amount of $82 million in district grant funding that has now been programmed to each district's district grant balance entry for use in round 4. Additionally, we had to reduce high priority funds by about $10 million as well. We were able to do that simply by releasing surplus allocations from the high priority balance entry. For state of good repair, we had to reduce funds across the state by $1.3 million in total. We were able to replace that using old 40-30-30 formula funds. If you recall, the old primary, secondary, urban formula expired several years ago, and the Appropriation Act specifies that any surplus funds remaining are transferred to the state of good repair program. So we were able to balance that $1.3 million cut to the, excuse me, to the state of good repair program using those old formula funds. With regard to the interstate corridor funds, the I-81 corridor funds were reduced by $60.7 million in FY21 based on some of the restructuring in the omnibus bill. However, that was replaced with $55.1 million in the new I-81 funds from the new fuel tax. That resulted in a net decrease of $5.6 million in FY21. We also had a small reduction across the I-95, I-64, and other interstate corridor funds in total about $500,000. And we were able to accomplish that by releasing unprogrammed funds from balance entries. And finally, the new Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program provides an additional $26 million in state and federal funding to this program in FY21. And Madam Secretary, that concludes my presentation. And before I take any questions, I'd like to take just a moment to thank my staff for their tremendous effort over the last few months to complete this program update under extraordinary circumstances and with really significant consequences. I make a lot of promises that they have to execute and make good on, and they never let me down. I'm sure they're listening in now, so thank you to the entire Infrastructure Investment Division, as well as our central office and district partners for all your hard work to get to this point. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I just think for the board to really see and understand the commitment, everyone has to managing this situation to the best of everyone's ability. It's really been remarkable. I was reading an article recently that said that just in 18 states that they looked at, 18 states, 25 jurisdictions, I think $9 billion have been cut in, or infrastructure has either been delayed, canceled at this point. And so I just look at the team that we've been able to manage this anticipated reduction, keeping all the projects in our 6-year plan on time and on schedule. And I know that it has taken some extra meetings with you all. It's required certain updates to get this all approved, so we're being completely transparent. But certainly Laura Farmer and Kim Pryor have really led this effort with just remarkable people. And I just really must thank Deputy Secretaries Nick Donahue and John Lawson, who coordinated this effort across the entire Secretariat in helping us do this. So with that, any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Yes.
I'd just like to commend both Laura and Kim and their staffs for the exemplary work that they've done. From an oversight standpoint, have but one question, and that is, are we within the coverage ratios and the covenants on the debt that we have outstanding?
Yes.
Thank you.
I love that emphatic response. The work has been exemplary, as was stated.
And Madam Secretary, I don't know if Kim or Laura can answer, but what risk do we have in this change?
I'll defer to Laura, but I would say a greater risk is not moving forward with this change because of the number of projects that would potentially be impacted by how we would have to absorb the revenue reduction. But I'll defer to Laura.
I would agree with Kim's comment. What this strategy has allowed us to do is take time to make the best recommendation possible to the Secretary's office on how to deal with this situation that we faced. And we've done a lot of coordination with our districts and trusting the schedules and estimates that we have. And so as we move forward, Kim will continue to monitor the schedules and estimates on the projects. And obviously we would bring any changes related to this strategy forward for any potential changes, but we don't anticipate any problems in the coming months to next year. And we'll begin the new cycle very soon for 22.
Okay, thank you.
Say that, Mr. Mullen, that is a really great question because, we are presenting to you, and it has been tremendous work, but we're presenting to you what we know today, given that it is forecasted we're going to be down $870 million through FY22. That is what we've been working with. And with that knowledge and with this budget flexibility, we believe that we, with what we know today, be able to deliver our 6-year improvement program on time and on budget. That's what we believe we can do. And that's what we're presenting to you today. The truth is we are living in a very uncertain time. And next month, we're going to, well, no, not this month, later this month, we're going to get another budget forecast. And so, are we able to continue managing this if the revenues look worse? How much flexibility do we have? So a part of it is the uncertainty, right? We can measure risk, but this is very different. And So I leave that door open that what we're presenting to you is the best case today. And if we didn't do this, we would be coming to the board with some deallocation procedure. We were asked through this process, well, what projects do you have to cut and what would be cut? And because we don't choose projects, right? We go through SMARTSCALE, state of good repair. We go through our programs, it's competitive. We would actually be coming to you with a process of how to deallocate and defund our projects. That is what we don't want to do. So there's tremendous risk in not executing this flexibility. But I don't want to mislead the board. The risk is not over, and we're going to have to manage this together.
I'm totally in on where we're going, because I think the risk of not doing this is great. But this is a new place that we're in. What, for example, if we didn't reach pre-pandemic revenue levels for 5 years, what does that do to this plan?
Madam Secretary.
Talking to myself. Yes, Commissioner.
I think that Mr. Malman's point is very good. It's something that we looked on the number of permutations that we have run since March of this year, to Laura and John and Kim's credit, as well as Nick. We looked at what would happen if simply our numbers reduced slightly or over the next 3 to 5 years. We would look to delay certain projects that have not gone to construction, or that would be leading up to the construction, and put those onto a shelf until such time that the revenues became available to be able to meet those financial obligations. I think what this does, today's actions are going to do for us, is to ensure that the financial obligations that we have entered into can continue to move forward. And also the current projections that we have for those financial revenues are going to be able to make sure that we, any and all of those future projects that we award, whether it be to PE right away or construction phase, can meet their financial obligations. So I think as we continue to go down this path, we continue to see that our economy continues to grow. I think the governor said that last week in some of the revenue forecasts, or the revenue numbers that I think this is in a state where we're going to have to watch it on a monthly basis, if not more. And we watch it from the department's perspective. We watch our financial management on a day-to-day basis. So if the revenues start dropping off, these are those times that we would take to delay projects and not take them to the construction phase, where the vast majority of the monies are going to be spent, and wait until those revenues catch up to enter into those financial obligations. I do think, and I'm usually a pessimistic individual. Yes, who would have guessed?
Sober, clear-eyed.
I'm looking at this in a much more optimistic view, that it's easier to add to our program than it is to take away. Is I think we would be having a much different conversation if our financial management of the organization was in a different position. This is allowing us to be able to move forward and not miss a beat, keep our foot on the gas pedal, and really help Virginia's economy continue to be vibrant.
So, John, I think the bottom line is we're going to have to walk through this together.
Madam Secretary?
Yes.
This is John. If I could just add to that.
Awesome.
Hello to everyone. Be glad when we can get back together again.
Here, here.
I just wanted to add to the comments made there. We have the benefit of the 6-year program, which allows us to to fund projects or a program of projects over a 6-year period of time. And, the benefits here are, when we get the revenue forecast in December and begin to plan for round 4 of SmartScale in January, the first thing we do with the revenue forecast is to make sure what we've already planned is funded. So it really does set us up to be able to, ensure we are funding the projects that we already have in place before we start new initiatives. So I think we are very well structured to handle the situation to the best we can. And I think what you're seeing today in terms of what Laura and Kim have presented is a prime example of how we are well structured to handle what comes our way.
Yeah, Madam Secretary, this is Carlos, and a question for either you or the commissioner.
Mr.
Wouldn't one of our nuclear options be simply to delay the next round of SmartScale and/or state of repair? If, for example, the revenues, did not return in the next, 12 to 24 months, couldn't we just say, look, we're just going to skip a round of SmartScale? If you recall, the first round of SmartScale was a double bonus round because we had not funded. We had a bunch of excess revenues that we had not deliberately funded or spent until we stood up SmartScale. So there is some precedent where we say, look, we're just going to put the pause button for a while and see how this all shakes out, and then level set and move forward. Wouldn't that be one less disruptive option? I just agree not to advance or fund new projects other than those that are safety related.
Certainly that's an option. We are not there yet. And it is, as revenues come in for the next round, we'll be able to know where that actually falls. It may just be less, but we, just need to see how revenues actually are flowing. It's surprising to me, even in the highway side, we're up to, I believe, Commissioner, about 90% of driving at 90% of pre-pandemic levels. So we'll manage all of this. There's the flexibility with the budget amendment, but I also think that some of the really solid, courageous decisions that have been made over recent years have also helped position us. There's flexibility with the omnibus bill to be able to phase in the new funding that's coming in. So 3 years ago, we had the dedicated funding for Metro. So that tough decision was made. The next year, we had the funding, the interstate funding, the I-81 funding. That is an important component of why we're in this position. Then we completed a sustainability study on transportation revenues. That was important because it set up the complete omnibus bill, and that passed in the last General Assembly session. All of these decisions have helped position Virginia to be in a more stable arena right now. And so I think, Mr. Brown, there could be many options. One of our priorities is what can we do to keep our infrastructure priorities moving, and then phasing in new revenues as they come in. From the board?
Secretary.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you. I wanted to commend you and the whole team because it's been a Herculean effort to sort of get to where we are. I thought I would just say some of the things that we've done, particularly the flexibility, or that y'all have done really, the flexibility of moving the money around and accelerating or decelerating the funding of projects because of their needs, is something that I would encourage us to try to continue to do regardless of sort of where we are in this process. One of the things that the private sector folks look upon the government sector folks differently is we allocate some money. It sits in a pot for a long time till it's used. The cash, there's a cash deal versus a project deal, but the bottom line is y'all have maximized the use of the cash to get where we need to go as quickly as we can. And I don't think that changes. I don't think that need changes post-COVID. I think those are kinds of things that you're doing now that we ought to be doing all the time, because the quicker we can get things done while not hurting something else, it's just very valuable to the Commonwealth, and it's a great process. So I know it's harder. I know it's, you know, it has other risks associated with it, but I want to commend you for that. And I think it's a good way to proceed, generally speaking. Thank you.
I could not have summed this up any better than that. Mr. Miller, I do think a great deal of credit goes to the governor and the General Assembly for granting this board the authority to do it over the biennium. And I think if we manage this well, that could be an opportunity in the future. So with that, I'm going to ask Steve Pitter to come up and give us an update from DRPT.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I had made a note during the past discussion that I was going to bring up that I thought one of the good ways that, or better elements of surviving this situation was that, you know, the most recent session, we did get the transportation omnibus bill passed. And I say we, really, the Secretary's office, Governor's office, General Assembly, they deserve a lot of credit, because I really think that's what has saved us in this situation. And as usual, Madam Secretary, you brought it to bear before I could get the podium, and you even brought the points up too of even prior to this past year. I agree with WMATA, that dedicated funding. You'll see in my slides, it's a critical item, and without that, we would be in a lot of difficulty now. So it's really been the work of this administration looking after the transportation financing for the 3 years that you've been here. So anyway, I appreciate it. So with that, go ahead and jump into my slides. It's really hopefully just a quick update on the 6-year program and the budget for DRPT from what was presented back in October. And I'm just going to hit the highlights. Go into the next slide. We can move. Yep. So, and a lot of this is the same information presented before, and I just pared it down, and I will present there's a couple of little changes that have occurred between the drafts of those documents and the final. So the first here is similar to what Kim and both Laura have said. It's been a lot of work over the past 9 months, and I also want to commend our teams here, both my team, but also our teams that review applications. It's been a lot of work, and maybe it's not necessarily rework, but that's kind of what happened. We had to do a lot of work and then redo a lot of work and do a lot of different iterations to get there. But anyway, we updated all that work. And then we proposed allocations, just looking really at FY21 to get us through this current year. And some of those main assumptions were we used, I think this was mentioned before, August revenue data. We had in the transit side, we wanted to meet the minimum operating that we did in the prior year with everybody in such a difficult situation. That was one of our goals. We also wanted to deliver on long-term commitments, which you'll see in a slide or two is related to WMATA and that dedicated funding. And then as far as a 5-year transit capital plan, we made the decision not to put that document out because we didn't feel good about the quality of the information that would be there, because a lot of our transit properties are still working through their budget issues. For them, the capital side is they can choose to run a bus another year and instead of buying a new bus, try to spend a little more in maintenance. And that's some of the tough decisions that are going on right now. So we didn't think it wise to put out a 5-year capital plan that may not have good data within it. And finally, the other big thing, and I spoke on this a little while ago, is the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority and the shift of, the split of our rail functions kind of between these two entities. With all that happened in the middle of this pandemic, and it obviously has an impact on our 6-year program and both our budget. Next slide, please. So on the transit operating side, your ridership has been down, but actually the expenditures have gone up due to, one, social distancing, but then two, having to implement a lot of different safety measures such as plexiglass and shields, etc. So even though you might think, well, if ridership's down, then shouldn't costs be down? It's actually been the opposite impact going on. The funding level that we're recommending is for 21 is 101 million, which is about a $4 million increase from FY20, which once again, the flexibility that had been talked about at the end of the prior presentation was very timely for us to meet that primary goal of at least keeping operating funding at the same level as the prior year. That being said, we still did implement our performance metric process to allocate those funds. So individual transit agencies may see a larger increase due to that slight increase, and some possibly could see a slight decrease depending on their underlying performance metrics that are embedded into the allocation process for our operating funding. Next slide, please. On the transit capital side, the projects were scored through our merit scoring process, which is primarily looking at the state of good repair projects. Way back in March, I think Jen DeBrule took the board through that scoring and the output. Since that time, her team have gone through and worked with the transit properties to decide which projects that were at that point recommended would still go forward and still have the local funding to go forward. And we've updated, obviously, the proposed projects that are in the 6-year plan as a result. And that's what the last bullet here says. So next slide, please. On the WMATA, we've touched on this, and I think everyone's seen in the news. They're facing significant challenges. But as far as DRPT, there are 3 main ways we provide funding to WMATA. One is there's a federal PREA program that provides $150 million a year to WMATA for state of good repair of their infrastructure. And Maryland, DC, and Virginia each provide a $50 million match towards that 150. So it's a 50-50 federal and compact member grant program. And we had that funded for 10 years through the bond program that from 2008. And then we were able to get 1 more year out of that bond program. And then in the omnibus bill, we were able to find funding to dedicate to this program going forward. Another way we fund WMATA is we provide support to the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission as they primarily, whatever the net impact, the net amount due for the WMATA budget falls to the local jurisdiction. So we provide the support to them to meet their net subsidy required. And that goes to both the operational cost of WMATA and the capital cost of WMATA. And once again, due to the flexibility provided, there was a slight increase there, 14.6 million from FY20. And finally, the biggest piece where you know, this year and going forward, we're going to have to really work hard to maintain is the dedicated capital fund that the Secretary spoke of a few minutes ago from 2018. The thought was to produce about $154 million, which was the Virginia share of a $500 million commitment from Maryland, the district, and Virginia. And the thought at that time was that revenue stream would grow, you know, not a lot, but grow slightly over time. And obviously with the pandemic, a significant piece of this funding is from hotel tax, and that is the one area that has had some trouble recovering, at least from my review of the monthly revenues that are coming in. And so in this current draft, we are asking for some capital bond funds to be utilized to make up for a shortfall to make that $154.5 million annual commitment that we've made to that program. Next slide, please. And this is an update to the summary slide from the draft presentation back in October. And you'll see that from draft to final, we have a $3 million decrease, and that represents there was one grant for rail car debt service on rail car purchases that the grantee brought forward some federal funding to cover a large share of that debt service payment, and so therefore it was able to reduce our state funds. The other highlights here are the large drop from roughly 698 million last year to 636 million this year is primarily related to the Amazon HQ projects. And I guess the other bullet here, you know, I just told you we were giving out more operating. This slide shows a little less operating, but this slide is all revenue sources, not just state funds. And on the federal side, there are CARES Act funds that were provided for our rural providers, and those were allocated late in the prior year, back in April and May. And those funds happen to be sufficient enough to carry us through FY21. So that's why you see that decrease in operating here, because it includes federal as well as state funds. Next slide, please. On the Commonwealth, the rail side of the house, the Commonwealth Rail Fund was created from the omnibus bill from the recent General Assembly session back in the spring. It did take the existing rail programs, combine them, and 93% of the new share, the 7.5% share that comes from the new Transportation Trust Fund, 93% of that will go to the Rail Authority, and 7% will still be dedicated to DRPT. And we spoke on this earlier, Commissioner Smoot. You had the question about what stays and what goes. Essentially, the freight-only rail projects are going to stay at DRPT, and the rail planning will stay with DRPT, and that's the 7% to work with for those efforts. And then at Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, we'll be overseeing all aspects related to intercity passenger rail, which includes both operational and as far as capital construction. And I guess the last point there is the share that goes to the Rail Authority flows through DRPT, but it's a code mandated disbursement. Next slide, please. And this slide is in the DRPT 6-year program, and it's funds controlled by the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I know in the past 6 months, we've all, really longer than that, we've been working diligently really the last 2 years on the Transforming Rail initiative. And I know y'all have been briefed several times. But anyway, this slide represents some existing priority transportation fund allocations to the Atlantic Gateway rail portion of the Atlantic Gateway project that is now kind of a small subset of the bigger Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative. So there's that existing Atlantic Gateway. Then there's some excess priority transportation funds with, once again, the flexibility option allowing us to continue to have some funding availability there. And then finally, there's the I-66 toll financing, which for currently it's excess tolls, and then we're looking at financing, as you can see, in FY25 that would go and be dedicated to that Transforming Rail initiative. Next slide, please. And the last slide I have is just to update on the DRPT budget and the changes from draft to final. You see there's one change, and what that is some I-95, 395 toll funds that go to a commuter choice program. We just had to pick them up. We had not picked them up in the draft, but they're anticipated to be spent in fiscal year 21. And we found that in our review of the 6-year program and in the budget, and included it between draft and final. And the only other item I'll mention here is you see there's a large increase to our budget, and that's related to about a $300 million cash balance that had accumulated in our rail programs that will be transferred, and really, I guess I should say expended and sent to the Passenger Rail Authority. And that's why you see such a large increase. Next year, we should be back down. That last line should be only the annual revenues of the Passenger Rail Authority, which is around $100 million. And that, I believe, is my last slide, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pittard. Any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Secretary, this is Shep.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Steve, could you explain or give us some flavor on the balance being transferred? Is that over what period of time did that accumulate to VRP, to the Passenger Rail Authority?
Yeah, sure. So, and let me, and I'll clarify more with more detail. So, and I'm just going to use round figures, but $300 million, and there was legislation put into the Appropriation Act with the intent to help the Passenger Rail Authority to work on the $3.7 billion Transforming Rail initiative. And obviously there's a $300 million balance of cash that's been accumulated in the rail program. That's a nice source of nice financing tool. So the idea was, even though there's a group of projects staying under control of DRPT, we would shift the cash to the rail authority. And as those projects at DRPT have expenditures and that need to be paid, an agreement has been signed and executed now between DRPT and the rail authority that within 5 days, the rail authority sends the funding back for those expenditures. So I don't want people to think that all 300 million just went to the rail authority and it's staying there. It's there to be utilized as a financing tool. So to get
so instead of sending them money as they need it, we're going to give it all to them and ask for it back when we do the projects.
That's well, and remember, Mr. Miller, a lot of the projects actually are now going to be managed by the rail authority. So that funding will stay over there and not come back. But the way you described it is accurate, and we have executed that agreement between the two entities as far as making those payments when a reimbursement comes in from on one of the existing projects.
Mr. Donahue, are you on?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Would you like to just give some clarity around that?
Well, I think Mr. Pitter hit some of the key points there at the end. Mr. Miller, so, you know, a lot of what this does is this gets these, it's kind of like with revenue sharing, we have some funds that are allocated to projects that aren't going to be built in the next year or two, and we have some upfront capital needs with the rail authority. And so this provides a similar type of flexibility that can be used there while maintaining the commitments to a lot of these older rail projects that simply just aren't going to be built in FY21 or in certain cases even 22. You have to remember with the older rail funds, particularly like the Rail Enhancement Fund, those were projects that where the schedules were really dictated by the grantees and the freight rail operators. And as the freight world changed, sometimes projects sped up, sometimes they slowed down, and other things of that nature. I think moving forward with the restructured rail funds, I think it's unlikely you'll see a balance of that nature accumulate, particularly with the large kind of capital program that Mr. Pitter outlined on the Transforming Rail Initiative. But essentially, the memorandum of agreement between DRPT and the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority provides the authority with a similar type of flexibility as to what the board did with the legislative authority with the revenue sharing dollars as it pursues the Transforming Rail Initiative, without again impacting those existing grantees.
Understand. Thank you.
And I'll just,
Go ahead, Mr. Pitter.
I was just going to add two things to that. The 7% that is going to DRPT going forward, that will stay at DRPT. That is not going to the Passenger Rail Authority. So we're really just talking about the dividing line of when the Passenger Rail Authority started. And as Nick said, the Rail Enhancement Fund, it's been around since 2004. And then the Intercity Passenger Rail and Operating Capital Fund had been around since 2012. And, you know, Nick mentioned, you know, the freight railroads have a lot of those, and they're in control of those projects. And a lot of times, and the other big grantee there is the Port Authority. And a lot of times these entities were accumulating funds, and they had designs on projects and economic conditions. Like I remember back when the banking crisis happened back in 2008, there were a lot of the freight railroads came to us and said they needed to put off the projects, but they didn't want to just completely abandon the project. And so that's what's happened over the years to leave us with such a balance.
Thank you. Good explanation. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary, I had a question, Mark Merrill.
Mr. Merrill.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pittard. Was that $400 million included in the budget that we just saw a moment ago that Kim presented on the 6-year plan? Because I don't remember seeing that.
The 300 million that we're talking about for Passenger Rail Authority?
Yes, the VPRA. I don't remember seeing that in the 6-year forecast that was presented by Ms. Pryor.
And it, you know, I can't speak to the VDOT documents. I just don't know the particular details, but it really shouldn't be, because it's really a transfer that we're talking. It's in our budget document. It's not in DRPT's 6-year program, because really it's a transfer of funds. And so therefore it's going to be classified technically on our books as an expenditure when we send those funds to the rail authority. So that's why I have it in our budget.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so with that, I am going to ask Ms. DeTunk to read a statement that would take us into closed session. And then I know it's going to take a little bit. You have received, just to the board members, an invitation to join the closed session. So we'll be signing out of this and we'll be signing into closed session and then coming back to finish the workshop, which I anticipate closing very shortly thereafter. And then we'll move into the action meeting. For those who would like to present public comment to us today, I imagine that it will be close to 2:45 to 3 o'clock. I will ask Carol Mathis if she will post the estimated time or times on the website so that people can anticipate when to come back. I don't anticipate it will be before 2:45, but it might be as late as 3. So everyone has some expectation of about what's to occur over the next hour. So with that, Mr. Tonk, can I ask you to take us into closed session?
Yes, thank you. I move that the board convene in a closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711A6 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing a project involving the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved and where the financial interest of the Commonwealth would be adversely affected if the discussion were made public at this time. And pursuant to Virginia Code section 2.2-3711A8 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding provisions in the agreement requiring legal advice. Additionally, I move that staff and attorneys attend the closed session because their presence is deemed necessary and will aid the board in its consideration of this matter.
Second.
All those in favor, Ms. Carol Mathis, will you call the roll?
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Tonk. Aye. Mr. Dodson.
Yes.
Ms. Hines. Aye. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Kasperlitz.
Aye.
Mr. Malbin.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Rucker.
Aye.
Mr. Smoot.
Aye.
Mr. Stinson.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the CTB members to sign on by 2:15. Give everybody a break to stretch, and we'll meet in closed session at 2:15. And with that, I suspend the workshop. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I had a challenge getting back in. All right, is everybody here?
Appears everybody is signed in.
Okay. I'm going to read the following statement. To the best of my knowledge, during the closed, well, maybe I should start with this. We are now going to take a roll call vote, and I ask that each member indicate their agreement with the following. To the best of my knowledge, during the closed meeting, the only matters heard, discussed, or considered were those matters lawfully exempted from the meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened. With that, Ms. Mathis, will you call the roll?
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Tonk.
Yes.
Mr. Dodson.
Yes.
Ms. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz.
Yes.
Mr. Malbin.
Yes.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Rucker.
Yay.
Mr. Smoot.
Yes.
Mr. Stinson.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Yates.
Yes.
The roll's complete.
Thank you, Carol. With that, I am going to adjourn the workshop portion of our day. And I am now going to open the action meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Ms. Mathis, do we have any public comment today?
I'm going to rely on Justin to let us know that. He's handling that for us today.
Sure. Good afternoon. I can confirm none of the public callers have comment at this time, so we are free to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Justin.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a motion on the minutes?
So moved. To be approved.
Any further discussion? Ms. Mathis, will you take the roll?
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yay.
Mr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Yates.
Yes.
The roll is complete.
Thank you. We will start off with Mr. Hofrichter. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Secretary Valentine, members of the board. First of all, question, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. I bring before you a request for a transfer of frontage road from the primary system to the local system of the town of Smithfield. This frontage road was built as part of a Route 10 project that created a limited access segment, and it is also known as Frontage Road 659, also known as Cedar Street in the town of Smithfield. It functions like a town road, and the town would like it added to their system and taken out of the primary system. The town has passed a resolution to that effect, and we know of no opposition to this move.
Thank you. Mr. Malbin,
I make a motion we approve.
Second.
any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please respond to the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. Joanne Maxwell.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm trying something new, and that's always challenging. I am here to present to you as follow-up to action item, a matter that I presented to you in the workshop in October. And this is just another set of regulations that we're asking the board to, as part of their regulatory review that's required under the Administrative Process Act and Executive 14. We're asking you to approve final disposition or final proposed disposition of four sets of regs. Those regs are, the first set is the rules and regulations governing the transportation of hazardous materials through bridge tunnel facilities. We're asking that the board retain those regulations as is. The second set of regulations involves the standards for use of traffic control devices to classify, designate, regulate, and mark state highways. That basically involves the manual on uniform traffic control devices. We're asking again that the board retain those regulations as is. The third set involves the debarment or suspension of contractors. And for reasons stated during the presentation back in October, we are recommending that that regulation be repealed, as it's not required. This subject matter is not required to be addressed by regulation. And further, these regulations and potentially the policy held therein or contained therein are obsolete based on state law as well as action that the governor has taken. So we are recommending that that regulation be repealed, but that the board in the next 6 to 12 months go back and look at the board's policy and see if we need to revise that. And then the final set of regs that we're asking the board to take action on today is the Virginia Scenic Highways and Byways regulation. We're again suggesting and recommending to the board that the regulation be repealed, but that the policy be retained. Again, the law does not require these decisions on the part of the board to be addressed by regulation, and further, the policy itself is all-encompassing. So with that being said, the actions that we're requesting today are basically threefold: that the board approve the final dispositions that we're recommending, that the board direct and give us authority, VDOT authority, to go ahead and take the necessary actions to go finalize these actions, and then finally, we're asking the board to direct us to come back, and for those 2 regulations that are being repealed, that we come back to the board and revisit at some point in the next year whether or not those policies that are being retained need to be revised or even potentially rescinded. So that is what we're seeking from the board today, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Kasperwitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. We now have Lori Snyder, and unless there's an objection, I'm going to ask that this be a block vote. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have 3 items, and all of them are limited access control changes.
Where's your earphones at, honey? I need them.
The first is in Fairfax County on Route 289, Franconia Springfield Parkway Trail, and it's a request for a break in limited access control to accommodate the construction of a 10-foot shared use path by Fairfax County. Additionally, we request permission to maintain a bus stop in its current location along the westbound right turn lane to Route 7060. The county is in favor of this item, and VDOT has reviewed it and recommends your approval. The second item is in Nottoway County, and it is along Route 360, Patrick Henry Highway, and it is a request to shift the limited access control to accommodate for a planned convenience store and travel center. The shift in the limited access control will create a surplus property, which will also be sold to the adjacent landowner. The county supports this limited access control change, and VDOT also recommends your approval. And third on my list is in York County, and it is along Route 171, Victory Boulevard, and it is to construct a commercial entrance to serve as direct access to and from a planned senior housing development. The county supports this action, and VDOT has reviewed and recommends your approval.
Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Madam Secretary, I just have a quick question.
Yes.
Regarding the Springfield Parkway and particularly the bus stop, when I read the memo in the board packet, if I'm reading this correctly, it says the stop currently serves 7 riders per day with 19 scheduled stops in the morning and 21 scheduled stops in the evening. Am I to understand that means that 7 people are riding this bus with even with those numbers of stops that occur during the day?
Ms. Snyder?
I'm sorry. I understand it that way. This is information that we received from the county, so I would have to double check on that for you.
Okay, thank you.
You know what, Lori? I wonder if we could just pass on this vote right now, and perhaps you just come back to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm happy to go ahead with the vote. My question doesn't need to be answered. It just struck me as I just wanted to make sure I understood the service levels.
Well, that's okay. I mean, we'll just go to the next one right now, and then Lori, I'll come back to you at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dudley.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. So I have two action items for you today, both related to maintenance payments for our cities and towns and for the counties of Arlington and Henrico. Action item 6, I believe, yes, is a request for action on payments to urban localities for qualifying streets for FY21. As presented during the workshop item this morning, the board approves changes to our urban inventory, annual street maintenance payment rates per category for cities and towns with populations over 3,500, the distribution of overweight permit fee revenue collected by DMV, as well as payments in lieu of taxes to localities hosting Virginia Port Authority real estate. The board also approves additional allocations to the city of Chesapeake to support their operation and maintenance of movable bridges. And this year we have requested an additional payment to the town of Leesburg to account for a half a mile of omitted inventory from last year's inventory. This year, the payment rates for urban localities are $22,161.46 for arterials and $13,011.71 for locals and collectors. We request your approval of this year's payments to our urban localities as noted in the resolution and the attachments to the resolution.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? Ms. Mathis, please call the roll for those voting in favor or opposition.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yay.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines. Aye. Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. I also have action item number 7, which is a request for action on the street maintenance payments to Arlington and Henrico counties for fiscal year 21. Again, as presented in the board at the meeting, the workshop this morning, the board approves the street maintenance payment rates as well as overweight permit fee revenue collected by the DMV for the counties of Arlington and Henrico. This year, the payment rates are $19,406.40 per lane mile for Arlington County and $14,121.14 per lane mile for Henrico County. We request your approval of the payments to Arlington and Henrico counties as noted on the resolution and the resolution's attachments.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you, Carol. Let me see where we are. All right, Kim Pryor.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have 3 items for you today. The first item is my normal monthly transfers, and I recommend your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank
Yep.
you. The second item I have for you is a joint resolution for VDOT and the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. We are recommending your action on the COVID-19 six-year improvement program and rail and public transportation allocations for fiscal year 2021 through 2026, and we recommend your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Amen. Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. The final item I have for you today is action on the SMARTSCALE budget increase for the I-81 Exit 17 Interchange modification located in the Bristol District. As I presented to you this morning in the workshop, this project is $1.5 million short for award, and the recommendation is to fully fund that $1.5 million shortfall with district grant funds from the Bristol District. I recommend your approval.
Mr. Stinson?
Madam Secretary, I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. Ms. King?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board.
Ms. King, I'd like to take this in a block vote unless anyone has any opposition to that.
Okay, that sounds great.
Thank you.
So I have 4 total action items for your consideration today. All of these are limited access control changes. The first project-related change is located along the Route 58 corridor in Pittsylvania County at the Route 311 connector road. This 2-mile connector road extends west from Route 58 to Route 311. The modifications to the limited access are a result of these improvements at the interchange. VDOT held a virtual public design hearing on August 4th via WebEx and received public input on the project. The Pennsylvania Board of Supervisors endorsed the limited access change in a letter dated September 15th, 2020, and federal highway approval is not required for this change in limited access. The total estimated cost of the project is $33.5 million, and I recommend your approval of the limited access change. The second project change is related to a extension of the WMATA Metro Rail in Dulles in Fairfax County. The change is along the Dulles Airport Access Road. and this is related to the expansion of a power station near the interchange at the Access Road and Fairfax County Parkway. A willingness for public comment was posted in March of 2020 and expired with no comments received. Fairfax County has endorsed these changes in limited access by letter dated November 13, 2020. And once again, federal highway approval is not required for this change in limited access. And I recommend this change for your approval. The third project related to changes was located in Stafford County along Interstate 95. This project provides for the extension of the I-95 express lanes from Garrisonville Road to Warrenton Road, or Route 610 to Route 17. These modifications to limited access are a result of those improvements, including addition of access ramps and stormwater management basin. A willingness for public comment was posted in October of 2020, and a letter from Stafford County endorsed the change in the limited access. FHWA has also provided their approval in a letter dated November 13, 2020. The total cost of this project is estimated to be at $565 million, and I recommend your approval of the change in limited access. The fourth and final project change is located in Prince William County along the Prince William Parkway. This proposed project involves the construction of a quadrant road intersection at Prince William Parkway, University Boulevard, and the new leg at Discovery Boulevard. These modifications are required by the additional intersection leg that is part of the quadrant intersection and the construction of a multi-use path along the parkway. A willingness was posted in September 2020 and expired with no comments received. Prince William County has also endorsed the changes to limited access by letter dated November 12, 2020. FHWA approval is not required for this access and change in limited access. Those cover my request, and I'm recommending approval of these 4 limited access control changes to the board for approval.
So moved.
Secretary, I move approval. Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I had a question. This is Mark Merrill.
Mr. Merrill.
The one on the 95, did I hear you say it was $565 million?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Those funds already been appropriated, I'm assuming?
Yes, this is actually a public-private partnership.
Yes, it's a public-private partnership.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Good question, though. Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Tunk?
Yes.
Mr. Dodson?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz?
Yes.
Mr. Malvin?
Yes.
Mr. Merrill?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Rucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smoot?
Aye.
Mr. Stinson? Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Yates?
Aye.
Steak fries, please.
The roll's
I'd like
complete, the
the
motion's
egg
passed.
hard.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I believe it's Jen DeBrule up now with the Department of Rail and Public Transportation.
Yes, Madam Secretary. Item 15 is action on approval of the I-66 Commuter Choice Program of Projects for fiscal year 21. We briefed you on this item back in October. This is a very conservative one-year program of projects for the Commuter Choice Program, focused on the continuation of existing operations and very small capital improvements, which were approved by NBTC back on October 1st. The total cost of the proposed program of projects is just shy of $3.8 million. I do want to emphasize that we've worked closely with NBTC. They have identified enough previously approved revenues, including carryover funds, deobligated funding from completed projects, and interest earnings to support program delivery of all but $64,000 of the recommendations in the event that toll revenues are unavailable to support the recommended program. And with that understanding, we feel very confident in recommending the attached list of projects to you for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Broll.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. Ms. Farmer.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. The resolution I bring before you with Steve Pittard is the action on adopting the fiscal year 2021 budgets for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, for the Virginia Department of Transportation, and the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. The resolution enumerates the role of the board in this action, and the recommendation is for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you. Mr. Pittard.
Yes, that resolution was combined with Laura's resolution.
They were all combined.
Excellent. Ms. Farmer.
Yes, ma'am. The next action is related to the authorization for the Commissioner of Highways to enter into a memorandum of agreement between VDOT and the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. This authorizes the Commissioner to enter into this memorandum that addresses both VDOT's and CVTA's respective roles and responsibilities with regard to the fund, the revenues that are dedicated to the CVTA, and the projects and purposes for which the legislation enumerated that the region could use the funds for. It also provides a provision for VDOT administration of any CVTA funded projects with the ability to enter into project agreements with board concurrence. And approval is recommended.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams, The roll's complete, the motion's passed.
So thank you. I am having an issue with my computer at this moment. But I believe that, is it Nick Roper who's up?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I'm here today to ask that the board authorize the commissioner to enter into an agreement with the U.S. government as represented by the Army Corps of Engineers for the relocation or alteration of portions of Columbia Pike and the Columbia Pike Washington Boulevard interchange needed for the southern expansion of Arlington National Cemetery as briefed to the board on November 24th. This agreement defines the VDOT right-of-way that will be conveyed to the U.S. government for Arlington National Cemetery and the compensation that VDOT will receive in the form of a substitute facility, including replacement lands. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And you've just done such a great job on this project. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I think that was a motion and a second right there. Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete, the motion's passed.
Thank you. I understand we have Ronique Day with us today.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Hey, may I say you did a great job last night as well.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, members of the board, the action item in front of you today is related to the I-81 progress report. The law requires that the board submit an annual report by December 15th, and I recommend your approval.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk, Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete, the motion's passed.
Thank you. Lori Snyder, I just wanted to circle back with you. Were you able to clarify Ms. DeTonk's question?
I have been able to verify, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I have been able to verify that currently that particular bus stop does serve 7 riders per day. However, I have not been able to confirm what I suspect, in that this is perhaps a circumstance of the current pandemic, that maybe under different times it would be more riders, but currently it is 7.
Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, it's Mary. I have a little information to offer as well. I'll just go ahead. I've been texting with the Fairfax staff. As people may know, this is a busy part of Fairfax, and there are a lot of local buses that go past this area. And the way it works is if someone is standing at that stop, they stop. Otherwise, they don't even pull over. They just keep going. And it is low ridership, but it does connect people to a lot of Lorton, Tyson's, the Springfield Metro Station. Those buses are driving by anyway. And so it is a convenience for the people who live nearby.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, this is Shep.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. As I read the proposal, it's really about the access control split for the bike lane or the path. And it happens to and get us to continue to allow the bus stop to be there, but we're not making it be there. And so I'm not sure if I read that correctly. I'm not sure that it really is germane to what we're considering with the access control. I think it's allowed to be there, but it's not required to be there. It's there now. I guess they could remove that if the powers that be decided to. This is about allowing the split or the ingress and egress across the access control for the bike lane and the path. So I don't see why we just don't move forward.
Okay.
That's how I read it, Mr. Miller.
Okay.
Same observation.
Thank you. But, you know, when the question came up, I too was kind of trying to look at this. So, Ms. Snyder, thank you for doing that. Carol, will you remind me, do we have a motion in a second?
We do have a first and a second, but we did not vote on any of the 3 items. We still need
Yes,
to
so
vote.
we're taking them as a block vote. And so any further discussion? Please indicate your approval or opposition with the roll call. Thank you, Ms. Mathis.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motions have passed.
Hey,
Thank you.
and we had Mr. Capel, our cleanup batter. We had 3 bids and we will take a vote after each one. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. I know it's been a long day. We'll go ahead and get started. The first project I have is order number C42. This is a Hampton Roads District project in Southampton County. It's an SGR project for bridge replacement over Blackwater River. We had 7 bidders on this project. The low bid came in beneath both the design estimate and the evaluative estimate. The low bidder was Bryant Structures, Inc. out of Toyota, Virginia. After conducting our bid analysis, we find that the bid represents market value and a good value for the Commonwealth, and we recommend for your approval.
I make a motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTunk, Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you.
The next project, Madam Secretary, is order number D06. This is a Bristol District project in Washington County. This is the one that the board considered both earlier this morning during the workshop, as well as Ms. Pryor's presentation and action earlier in the action meeting. This is a SMARTSCALE project on Interstate 81 at exit 17 for interchange improvements in Washington County. We had 5 bidders on this project. The low bid exceeded the range of the exceeded the range of the design estimate, but was within the range of the evaluative estimate. We are recommending award to Phillips Construction LLC out of Henderson, Kentucky. And with that, that is our recommendation.
Mr. Stinson.
Madam Chair, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you.
And the final project I have for the board's consideration today is order number DO3. This is a Lynchburg District project on Route 29. Again, this is an SGR project for the replacement of the northbound bridge and approaches over Norfolk Southern Railroad in Campbell County. We had 7 offers on this project. The low bid came in within the design estimate and within the range of the evaluative estimate. After conducting our bid analysis, we find that the bid represents both market value and a good value, and we recommend award to WC English of Lynchburg, Virginia.
Mr. Dodson.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Capes, I ask one question. Is this the bridge right near the airport outside of Lynchburg?
It's right near, it's very close to it's Route 29, very close to the intersection of Route 679. I really don't know, sir.
Okay, I think that's the one. I move as presented.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes, ma'am, gladly.
Ms. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Mr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson, Mr.
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates.
Aye.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
And Carol, I think I heard Mr. Stinson's aye.
I did as well. Thank you.
Okay, that's so great. With that, is there any new business or anything that anyone would want to bring up at this time? I will just say to you, I know that it has been a long day. Mr. Merrill, we usually meet in 2-day segments, and we actually share a dinner together, and that seems like a million years ago. But
It certainly does.
you know, as much as I'm kind of ready to say goodbye to 2020, I, for some reason, just hope that maybe I'll see you before the new year. But in any case, in the event that I don't, I just want to wish you and all of your families a safe and healthy holiday season. Nothing is more important than that right now. And I just give, special thanks to all of you on the board and the team we all get to work with across the transportation sector. It's been a remarkable year. And, I was sharing with my dad, we're going to have so many lessons from this year. Looking back, my dad, who turned 89 last month, said, "Oh my God, I just hope I can look back on 2020. So just many lessons. And I thank you sincerely for walking through all of this with us together. And with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you.